Good morning. The January 9, 2025 meeting of the Orange County Legislative Delegation is called to order. Good morning and welcome to all who are attending or watching on Orange TV. I am Representative Johanna Lopez, Vice Chair of the delegation, and I will be presiding over the meeting today. I would like to call on Representative Lavon Bracey Davis to offer the invocation, after which we will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance by Representative Ana Escamani.
Please stand. Will you bow with me? Gracious God, we gather here, hearts united in service, seeking your divine guidance at this meeting on today. Bless us, O God, with clarity of purpose and vision, that we may lead with the wisdom of Solomon and the courage of David. In your infinite grace, grant us compassion to see the needs of our people and act with kind hearts. As we prepare to go to Tallahassee, bestow upon us the courage to stand firm in the face of adversity, always upholding justice and truth. May we embody commitment, unwavering in our duty to the people we serve, and creativity to find innovative solutions to the complex challenges of our times. As we navigate the nuances and narratives of our nation and our state, infuse us with clarity. And in the spirit of unity and progress, as we gather here today as the Orange County Legislative Delegation, we recall the powerful words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The time is always right to do what is right. May this truth guide our ears today and our actions, our decisions, and our laws in the future. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we will call the roll. We have several members of the delegation that are unable to join us today. President Pro Tempore Broder's office is in attendance and he will be actively reviewing all concerns. Michael Brain is in attendance from Senator Thompson's office. Victor Martinez is in attendance from Rep. Plasencia's office. Zoe Karabenek, Tiffany Chavez, Monica Smith, Ana Villalobos is in representation of Senator Kristen Arrington. Nicole Kennedy and Madison Wagner is in representation of Representative Doug Bankson. Is there any other person that is absent or any representation from other representatives here today? Thank you. Lavon Bracey Davis, Delegation Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Geraldine Thompson, absent. Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Present.
Representative Bruce Hadley Antone, absent. Representative Ana V. Escamani, Ph.D.
Here.
Representative Johanna Lopez.
Present.
Senator Keith Trunow.
Present.
Senator Kristen Arrington, absent. Representative Douglas Doug Bankston, absent. Representative Jennifer Rita Harris.
Here.
Representative Susan Placencia, absent. Senator Jason Brodeur, absent. Representative Erica Booth.
Present.
Representative Lavon Bracey Davis, present. Representative Leonard Spencer.
Present.
Representative Paula A. Stark.
Present.
Madam Chair,
Thank
I
you.
believe we have a quorum.
Thank you. As I said, I, Representative Johanna Lopez, representing District 43, former teacher, former school board member, mother and grandmother. I am very proud of serving my District 43 that is in the east side of Orlando. I would like to give each member of the delegation a minute to briefly introduce themselves. Let's start on my far left and work our way across.
Thank you so much. And I'll start with the freshman here. So thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you to the delegation. I'm excited to be here today. Thank you to the residents of District 35 on the East Orange side of the county, and I am blessed to be here representing you and very honored to be your spokesperson for District 35. I am a mother of 3 teenagers, so we've just ate a lot at Christmas here, enjoyed the holidays, and very ready to get to work. Thank you so much again for having me today.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. Paula Stark, representative for District 47, which is mostly all St. Cloud, coming into Kissimmee, just shy of downtown, and it comes up just short of the 417. So I have Orange and Osceola in those areas. I have 2 sons, 4 grandchildren, 120 and 132, and 1 on the way. So, you know, it's a little diversity there. It's very happy, and I'm honored to be here to support everyone today in the initiatives, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. I'm Bruce Antone, representative for District 41. My district on the eastern boundary is 441. I go all the way over to the Turnpike from Health Central, across to I-4, and then down to Sand Lake Road. But good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, representing Senate District 17. Many of you know me as a former member of the Florida House of Representatives. So I represent most of East Orange County, east of I-4. So that includes the neighborhoods of downtown Orlando, Soto, Mills 50, Baldwin Park, Belle Isle, the Orlando Airport, Cimarron, Lake Nona, UCF, and Union Park, Avalon Park, Waterford Lakes, Wedgefield, so many. I'm very proud to represent you all, and also to be the recently appointed Vice Chair of Senate Criminal Justice Committee, and look forward to serving this community in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Representative LaVon Bracey Davis. I very proudly represent the fantastic, phenomenal House District 40, which includes Ocoee, Pine Hills, College Park, Lockhart, and Rosemont. I'm thankful for this opportunity to hear from you on today, but also thankful and honored to be able to represent you in Tallahassee. I'd like to very briefly introduce my staff that is here. My Chief of Staff and Chief Legislative Aide, Rashawn Young, is here. And also my district aide, Janae McKissick, back in the back. And also, while it was already acknowledged, I also want to acknowledge our partners in the Senate, Senator Geraldine Thompson's staff, Mike O'Brien, and Anika Hamilton. Please stand. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to District 42. My name is Anavia Scamani. I am proud to serve this community in the state legislature, first elected in 2018, and now starting my last term in the Florida House. Our district includes parts of the city of Orlando, Winter Park, Belle Isle, Edgewood, Maitland, and the historic town of Eatonville. As it was mentioned in the introductions, I recently finished my PhD at the University of Central Florida. Go Knights. Come on, that was weak.
Charge on.
Go Knights.
Charge on.
There we go. And also was just reappointed to serve as the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee. So if you ever want to talk tax policy, please let me know. And with that, we're excited for a productive meeting today.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the delegation for having this opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Leonard Spencer, and I'm the representative for House District 45, serving West Orange County, which includes the cities of Winter Garden, Windermere, Ocoee, Horizons West, Disney, the wonderful world of Disney, as well as the celebration areas. I would also like to take a moment and introduce my legislative aide. I think I saw him in the room, Julian Cintron. Julian, if you would. And again, like everyone, I'm honored to have this opportunity and privilege to be able to serve the constituents of House District 45. I look forward to working with everyone today.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Keith Truenow, honored to be elected to the Senate, District 13. I look forward to working on the legislative priorities that we have in front of us today and for the next 4 years. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Representative Rita Harris. I am so proud to represent House District 44, the diverse, dynamic 44, which is most of South Orange County, going from Lake Nona, including communities like Meadowwoods, Hunters Creek, South Chase, Taft, Dr. Phillips, and O-Town West, and parts of Lake Buena Vista. It's an incredible community, and I'm so honored to have been reelected to serve this community again and to represent you all in Tallahassee. And I would like to if my district aide would stand up, Kelsey, she's incredible. While we're up in Tallahassee, she holds down the fort, make sure our constituents are well taken care of, and we are grateful to be here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. This morning, we begin the presentations with representatives from government-related entities. Later this morning, we will also elect delegation officers. The newly elected officers will transition to their new duties at the conclusion of our meeting this afternoon. Before we start, let me ask delegation members and those addressing us to silence their cell phones and other communication devices. We will now receive welcome remarks from Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. Thank you, Mayor, for loaning your facilities, Orange TV, and for allowing Jessica Kinkle to help us with organizing this meeting. Mayor Demings, you are recognized.
All right. Good morning to all of you. Let me just start by saying Happy New Year to everyone here. Feliz Navidad. And to say congratulations to all of the members of our Orange County delegation who have been re-elected and elected. We look forward to working with you. I have the privilege of representing all 1.5 million people here in Orange County, and what a joy it is to serve. My Chief of Staff, Roseanne Harrington, is here this morning. My Deputy Chief of Staff, Carol Burkett, our Legislative Affairs Director, Kelly Teague, and Mark Jeffries. You all see them in Tallahassee during the session quite frequently. They'll be there again this year representing us. What I can tell you is that recently, just a few days ago, on December the 29th, Orange County celebrated its 200th anniversary. On December 29th, we were happy to be at our History Center to share in that celebration. You may recall that Orange County initially represented some 11,000 square miles, multiple different areas, and it was called Mosquito County. So thankfully, that name changed to Orange County. We could not be the destination that we are today, I think, if we continue to have the name of Mosquito County. But we are happy to represent our county and the myriad of issues that we will be facing. From my perspective and that of the Board of County Commission, we have a number of issues that we'll be watching, particularly to us. The preservation of home rule authority is very important to us because we're closest to where the action happens as it relates to dealing with our constituents here. And so we'll watch that very carefully. As you all know, as a growing state, as a growing community, we have some challenges before us, and some of those challenges involve such things as housing affordability. Homelessness is a significant issue for us. As you all know, there's new legislation that took effect here in the state of Florida that creates some challenges for local government as we deal with homeless encampments and other things. Just this past Tuesday, Orange County passed an ordinance that will give law enforcement the tools that they need to address unlawful camping within our community. But we are a compassionate community. We are not trying to criminalize homelessness. We are trying to solve the issues centered around homelessness. We look forward to working with all of you. We do need more funding. This is not just a local issue. It's a state issue. It's an American issue. And it takes the public, private, and the philanthropic sectors working together to come up with solutions. So we look forward to any legislation or funding. Representative Escamani, you mentioned that you're on the Ways and Means. We look forward to seeing more funding across the state to address these issues. And then there are some other issues that will come up from time to time that will be of concern to us. Our Board of County Commission meeting will be meeting soon to establish our legislative priorities. We'll be discussing those with all of you, but we look forward to working with you because we mutually represent the individuals here within Orange County. And with that, on behalf of the nearly 8,000 employees that work here within Orange County, we say thank you. Thank you for being here within our chambers. Our staff is here. You'll see them throughout. Hopefully they'll make your stay here an enjoyable stay. Orange TV does a marvelous job to make certain that the residents of our community are well informed. So thank you for whatever that you may have to offer in regards to working together. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We will now receive remarks from some of our local elected officials and spokespersons for government-related entities. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the delegation. A timer will be used to keep track of the time. Please note that your time has concluded when you hear the beep. Members, if you have questions, you will have an opportunity following each presentation. First up is our Clerk of Courts, Tiffany Moore Russell, followed by Commissioner Christine Moore, Jason Henry, on behalf of Congressman Frost, Chief Judge Lisa Muñoz, and Mayor Brian Nelson. Speakers, please state your name and address for the record when you are recognized. The Honorable Tiffany Moore Russell, Orange County Clerk of Court, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. I am Tiffany Moore Russell, the Orange County Clerk of Court. And again, congratulations to those who were reelected and those who have been elected to serve in the Florida legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today those issues important to the Florida clerks. But I first must say thank you to those who served over the years who supported us. And I want to remind the community what this delegation has done to support clerks. And first, I just want to say last year was a great year for us. And I thank you for your support in House Bill 983. Which is our 4th consecutive year that the legislature unanimously supported the clerk's priority bill, which provided tremendous support for funding, also changing and making technology a priority for funding. So I thank you so much for your support of House Bill 983. And then also House Bill 1077, which increased our revenues. I thank you for your support. And in 2023, House Bill 977 that also allowed revenue to redirect funds. And in previous years, you've been supportive, allowing us, for example, to create a reserves for the clerks of court. So thank you for your support over the years. But we still have more work to do because we know the demands on our court system continue to grow, and therefore we continue to look for solutions for a sustainable funding model. And so this year, the clerks have not prioritized their legislation priority bills yet. However, I would like to share with you some of the key proposals that we will present to you. One, we're looking to establish funding for actual due process-related juror costs incurred by the courts in our system. Secondly, we want to, in 2022, you passed House Bill 397 that authorized reimbursement for certain acts, but we have yet to have that appropriated. So this year we are looking for the actual reimbursement for fees for Baker Act cases, Marchman Act cases, and domestic violence cases. So that's what we'll be looking at, as well as looking for funding to support, I know our chief judge is here, and there's been a huge request for new judges. Well, I will tell you that request for new judges has an impact on the entire justice system. So we will be lobbying to make sure there is funding for us to support those new judges if they are appropriated. So I want to just share with you, those will be our priorities coming to you soon. But as I close, I want to give you a personal invitation to the inaugural State of the Clerks and Comptroller's Address on March the 11th at 4 p.m. The event will be held at the Jim Moran Center in Tallahassee, Florida. Invitations will be extended to legislators, agency stakeholders, justice partners, and others interested in learning about about our valuable role within the justice system, our accomplishments and challenges, and our commitment to the modernization of local government. So while I know you are saving the date, a formal invitation will be coming to your offices soon, and my staff, who you all know them, for those who are familiar, I stole from some of your members in the past, Charlene Gatlin and Krista, who is here, Zeeler, who I have stole from you all. You will see them a lot, who will probably come knock on your doors to remind you to stop by on March the 11th. So again, I thank you so much for lending your attention today, and I am available to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I finished within 3 minutes.
Yes, perfect. That's
Good girl.
amazing.
No questions? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Christine Moore, Commissioner, Orange County District 2, you are recognized.
Good morning. Thank you for having us today, and I look forward to working with you this year. I have the honor and pleasure to serve as the Vice Chair of the Metro Plan Orlando, and I'm also on the CFX Board, so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about transportation today. Last year, I worked very closely with Representative Bracy Davis on, which was in essence a Vision Zero project for Claire Conacoy Road, and of course at the end of the year we were vetoed. Now thankfully Orange County Public Works is trying to fill some gaps, but it was a $12 million situation that we're able to put in about $500,000. Also, being on the Metro Plan Board, what we're seeing is price escalations for all the construction projects. And when the work product came through this year, and I had Secretary Tyler and Mr. Atkins in my office basically having to explain to me that a lot of our priorities for safety were having to be removed from the projects. And there's nothing more important than what we do to keep our citizens safe. I know what comes through my office is generally concerns about safety on our highways, and we're committed, all of us. I know you are as well, to reduce those fatalities and serious injuries. So I just want to encourage you with the transportation budget there this year to make sure that we're funding the price escalations so that the safety portions of projects are not reduced or cut. And with that, if you need anything today, I'll be upstairs and happy to serve you in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representing the Honorable Congressman Maxwell Frost, District 10, Jason Henry, District Director. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you all. Happy New Year to the audience and to the delegation. As the Chair mentioned, my name is Jason Henry. I have the pleasure of serving as District Director for Congressman Maxwell Frost. It's cold up there, and I don't have a big coat, so I promise I won't be long. First, I want to thank Mayor Demings and our state representatives and senators and community leaders and partners here today. Your partnership and leadership are crucial to the work that we're doing here locally and in Tallahassee. Just a few things that I do want to mention that are on the Congressman's priority list that I know that match with everyone here. Housing, homelessness, and transportation. Those are three important things to our community. I know that the mayor has talked about some of the housing initiatives that Orange County has put forth. Commissioner Moore just talked about the importance of transportation, and homelessness is an issue that our office is starting to get calls about daily. When I say our office, I mean it's a federal office, and the requests and the comments that we get are, we're not receiving help from anywhere else. Can you all help us? So can you all help us? We plan to come to Tallahassee this March to talk with you all about how we can partner to continue to work together to ensure that folks in this community are not only kept safe, but they have somewhere secure to live. And for transportation, I know that we all see what happens daily when you get in your car trying to get to work, from the 408 to I-4 to just our roads. Everywhere is congested. I know that you all are working hard to try to work with us to solve this issue, but I implore you to do more to help us so that our community can continue to move forward. So again, thank you all. Congressman Frost is committed to this community and also committed to continuing to partner with you all, and I look forward to seeing you in Tallahassee. Have a good one.
Thank you. The Honorable Lisa Muñoz, Chief Judge, 9th Judicial Circuit Court.
Thank you, members, for the invitation, and thank you for doing this for your citizens. I'm here today to talk about two things very briefly. I won't take a lot of your time. The legislative budget request of the branch is rather large. I know it's a small portion of the state budget, but it touches on very important due process issues such as court reporting and court interpreting. I'm sure you will get a full briefing on this from the Office of State Court Administrator, but I would ask that you carefully consider every part of that legislative budget request. I don't know if you recognize, but I think the courthouse here in Orange County is the single place where more citizens go every day than any other government building in the county. We see 5,000 to 7,000 citizens through those doors every day. And having a properly funded court system is incredibly important to them. The other issue I wanted to discuss was the certification of need for additional judges. The Supreme Court has certified the need for 50 additional judges. That's a lot of judges. And I know with those judges come court staff, such as judicial assistants and staff attorneys, as well as clerks of court, public defenders, and state attorneys. However, there is a tremendous need for additional judges. Of that 50, 3 would be here in the 9th Judicial Circuit. So I would ask for your support for that judicial certification of need. If you or your staff have any questions regarding any of the branch's LBR, any of the certification of need, or just any court stuff, please feel free to reach out to me. And if I don't know the answer, I will find someone that does so that your staff can get the information to you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. The Honorable Brian Nelson, Mayor, City of Apopka. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Orange County Delegation. Weather like today, I don't miss being in Tallahassee, I can tell you that. Got 2 issues. One is kind of a statewide issue, and the second one is a local issue. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act was enacted to enhance school safety and security following the tragic shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, on February 14, 2018. Since its passage, though, the act has been amended to further bolster security measures for Florida schools, which we all support. However, these improvements often create unfunded liabilities for local law enforcement agencies and our school resource officers. So we just ask that you look at funding those resource officers at a higher level, because we're having to fund those officers because of the increased cost for our police officers. So we appreciate any funding additions we can get there. The second one's much more local. We have a center in Apopka. It's called the Gillum Training Center, and right now we train our firefighters there. But what we'd like to do in cooperation with OCPS is turn it into a training center to be able to get certificates for our high school students. Probably in the local area would be Apopka, Wekiva, Ocoee, even maybe Evans High School. Have students come over to our Gillum Training Center and be able to train so that when they come out of high school, they'll have a certificate to be able to become a firefighter. There's a lot of things we have to do to go from a training center to an accreditation center. So we're asking, it's about a $2 million ask. Obviously, we'd want to partner with you on that ask. But thank you all for what you do, and look forward to seeing you in Tallahassee.
Thank you. The Honorable Sheriff John Mina, Orange County Sheriff's Office. You are recognized.
Thank you and good morning, and I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I'll get started. But first, I would like to remind everyone it's Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and also the 8-year anniversary. Lieutenant Deborah Clayton and Deputy First Class Norm Lewis were killed in line of duty protecting members of this community. I also want to thank, I know he's not here, Representative Doug Bankson for his support of some of our legislation last year, as well as Senator Keith Trunell, who's on the Criminal Justice Subcommittee, the chair, actually. So I talked to you last year, 3 out of the 4 priorities that I mentioned last year were all signed, or actually 3 of them were signed by the governor and went into law. So I have some other priorities, and when we at the Sheriff's Office decide what our priorities will be. We get that from cases here in Orange County, cases that we hear about throughout the state, but also from concerned citizens. So the first one I want to talk about is one that we talked about last year that surprisingly didn't make it through, that's luring and enticing. Remember, at a case here, a van pulls up in front of a house, the male inside the van tries to lure the child inside the van. That, under Florida state statute, is just a misdemeanor right now. And how that hampers us is, since it's a misdemeanor, we can't get arrest warrants and search warrants. So it really hampers the investigation. It was a priority by the Florida Sheriff's Association last year and is this year. A lot of reps were clamoring to be on this bill to sponsor it, but it got attached as an amendment to a larger bill that failed. I feel very confident that they will, but we would love to have some local representation on that. The second one is a nuisance abatement enhancement. As you know, we use nuisance abatement to hold businesses accountable, businesses that know that crime is happening on their properties and do nothing to cure that. We give them, and the Nuisance Abatement Board is made up of citizens from Orange County. And so we tell these businesses, you need more security, you need more lighting, you need more fencing. And so a very tragic example of that is last year, right here in Orange County, 13-year-old Rose DeJew was murdered at an apartment complex. That apartment complex was under nuisance abatement, but they simply paid their $15,000 fine and didn't fix anything that we told them to fix, and they continue to do that. These apartment complexes are owned by corporations. This one's owned out of Texas, so they don't care what's happening locally, and something we want to eliminate that cap so we could really hit them in the wallet to make sure they enhance our security. So the last thing I'll talk about is speeding. I do electronic surveys by an outside vendor, and every single week they give me a report on what's important to this community from all zip codes in Orange County. And the number one issue is not crime, it's not homelessness, it is speeding, traffic, and streets. So for whatever reason, after COVID, people thought it was okay to do 100 miles an hour or more on the roadways in Orange County. And being in law enforcement for 34 years, I can tell you that if you're driving 100 miles an hour, you're not going to survive that crash, and the other car that you hit won't survive. So I want to just enhance penalties for that. Some of you have already met with us. Happy to meet with any of you as we move forward and to talk more about these priorities. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, you are recognized, Rep. Bruce Anton.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. I just got a question and a statement. These motorcycle riders going in between cars, speeding, doing wheelies, especially on Highway 50 on Friday nights. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but something needs to be done.
Yeah, so we recognize that. That's a statewide issue, just not germane to Orange County, but we've made hundreds of arrests, we've impounded vehicles, and actually the legislation that we proposed right here in Orange County, which Doug Bankson helped us out with, enhanced penalties for those type of crimes. So we've had some great success and holding those people accountable, and we'll continue to do that. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, Sheriff Mina. Rep. Anna Scamani, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Sheriff, for being here. I remember last year there were some questions about the staffing support for the dispatch center. I'm curious if you need any support on salaries for dispatch workers. I know that's a pretty stressful space.
I'm probably the only person who's not asking for any money here, okay. But no, we have really closed the gap on not only law enforcement vacancies, but also civilian vacancies to include dispatchers. And so right now, for an agency our size, we're well over 2,600 personnel, one of the largest agencies in Florida and across the nation. We're only running a 7% vacancy rate. So we've really closed that gap with, thanks to our Board of County Commissioners and the mayor by increasing salaries for deputies and also dispatchers and other civilian support personnel. So we're doing good, but always looking to hire deputies and dispatchers. So if you know anyone, send them our way.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Samuel Chambers, Supervisor, Orange Soil and Water Conservation District. You are recognized. I'm sorry, I mentioned your name, Samuel. I mentioned like very Hispanic Samuel, I'm thinking about my students too.
Thank you, and good morning, members. Like you said, my name is Samuel Chambers. I'm Vice Chair and Supervisor of the Orange Soil and Water Conservation District. Tomorrow, I will actually assume the role as Chairperson. So soil and water districts, we exist all across the country to promote sustainable practices in agriculture. We do things such as community cleanup events. We work with the Federal Department of Agriculture to get grants for agricultural producers. We also help conduct educational competition programs for students called the Envirothon, which will be this February 1st. It becomes difficult for us to do our job as we are constrained in the fact that we do not have any taxing, rulemaking, or regulatory authority. Our influence mostly comes from the power, as stated under Florida Statutes Chapter 582, to work with other forms of government, such as the state legislature. Soil and water districts in Florida are on the decline functionally and institutionally. For starters, most districts represent a single county, but now there are less than 50 districts for the entire state of Florida. In 2022, Senate Bill 1078 was enacted immediately without much notice, less than 2 days before the end of the election qualifying period, where it required all existing members to file for re-election as all seats across the state were deemed vacant. Traditionally, as well, our 5 members used to be elected countywide. I was elected to seat number 1. The same law also dictated that the district would be divided into 5 sub-districts. That wasn't really specified what that would look like, but then it later became determined that our 5 districts would resemble the county's 6 districts. I was arbitrarily put into Commissioner Nicole Wilson's area, even though my entire life I have lived in District 5, which is currently represented by Kelly Simrad. We also had a district performance review audit this past year, which the auditors did not seem experienced in this type of review, as preliminary reports had inaccuracies, which we as the board had a petition to resolve. This past year, House Bill 1075 was filed, which would have removed all soil and water members from office and concentrated power to the state. Many well-intentioned Democrats and Republicans voted for this bill on the single committee that it passed, not because they had bad intentions, but because I believe they just did not know what was in the bill. None of this is to mention the regular issues we face, such as not having an office space. My home address serves as the address for an official government district. We have no budget, staff, office space like I mentioned, and we could really use the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Samuel? Thank you so much. The Honorable Teresa Jacobs, Chair, Orange County Public Schools. You are recognized. I was thinking about you so much today. So, oh my God, I have to be like her. I was just having all of those thoughts when I was school board. You did an amazing job, and you're still doing an amazing job as a chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Lopez. And I was thinking of you so much today and over the last couple of days, and how proud we all are of you and the role you're playing in protecting and supporting education. To the members of the delegation, I'm Teresa Jacobs, Chair of the Orange County School Board, as you know. And on behalf of Orange County Public Schools, I want to congratulate each of you who are elected or re-elected this past year. And I also want to welcome those of you who are new to our delegation. Senator Broder, I understand you may be watching. Congratulations, your appointment as Senate President Pro Tem. We are so excited and looking forward to your leadership over the next 2 years. For those of you who are new, I say this in all sincerity. What we're asking of you is of profound concern, not just to Central Florida, not just to the state of Florida, but to our nation. OCPS is an A-rated district. We're the 8th largest in the nation. We educate over 207,000 students across 213 schools. We're one of the largest employers in Central Florida, with nearly 25,000 employees, with more than 14,000 being our amazing teachers. With that said, my words that we are of profound concern to the nation are not hyperbole, they are reality. We have adopted our 2025 legislative platform. I won't have time to go through all of it, obviously, but you've been presented a copy. Some of the ways that you can help us is investing more in public education by increasing the FEFP to keep us at a level that maintains our employees and our operating funds at the pace of inflation. Unlike the private sector, we're impacted by inflation, but we do not control our prices of our goods and services. We rely on you to help make sure that we have the funding we need. Our second priority is to increase the Safe Schools allegation to support our efforts to enhance safety and security. If it feels like there's a school shooting every month, that would be inaccurate. It's closer to every week, and depending on how you count it, it's even higher than that. The third priority is to increase FEFP transportation categorical funding to cover the rising costs of transportation for our students. We operate the largest public transportation system in Central Florida, serving more than 53,000 students. However, the categorical funding that we receive for our transportation represents only about 50% of the actual costs. In the absence of legislative changes to the school start time law, coupled with nationwide shortages of bus drivers and rapidly rising costs of fuel and buses, this funding shortfall is destined to increase. And it has a direct impact on the salaries we can pay our teachers and critical support staff. Fourth priority is to support school districts' effort to address chronic absenteeism. One way you can help with that is creating statutory definitions for chronic absenteeism and amending the truancy statute to ensure consistent and uniform systems of measuring and tracking. In closing, Orange County Public Schools is committed to addressing the needs of all of our students and the individuals who support their pathways to a promising and successful future. We look forward to working with you throughout the 2025 legislative session to advance these priorities. Thank you in advance for all of your hard work and on behalf of the families of Florida, and I apologize for going 18 seconds over. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Chair Jacobs. 3 minutes is nowhere near enough to address all of the needs of our public schools here in Orange County. Thank you for your leadership. I have a question about the request for increased dollars around the Safe Schools allocation. I know that there's a lot of different things that are funded by that Safe Schools allocation, but I'm curious about a specific need. Is this also related to making sure that we can pay our SROs so that we don't have to arm guardians, arming teachers, and arming school staff to keep our students safe because that is the cheaper but not safer option?
Senator, absolutely. That is a part of it. Hardening our schools is a part of it. The amount of money that we need for our SROs does increase. So does the amount of money that we need to pay our teachers a salary that can live in this community. And those are some of the pressing matters that we deal with day in and day out. We are working very, very hard to reach an agreement with all of our agencies. Our school board is so strongly in support of SROs, not guardians, not teachers. We do not want anybody with a gun on our campuses that isn't highly trained and highly experienced. And I'm sure that most of the delegation, if not all of you, would agree with that. We appreciate your support in making that happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you. Representative Lavon Bracey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. A statement, not necessarily a question. First, thank you for all the work that you all do. I sat on pre-K through 12 committee for the last 2 years, so your ears should be itching as many times as I mentioned Orange County Public Schools in committee and on the House floor. Something that I want to continue having conversations about. I've talked to closely with your staff, Marquise and Scott, as it relates to suspension and alternatives. programs for suspension. I read an article that said that suspension is kind of the first step to the school-to-prison pipeline. So if we can continue having those conversations about how we can create alternatives to suspension or more resources so that when these children do get suspended, they're not forgotten and they're not led astray, but they get back on track. So more conversations to be had about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing that up. That is another top priority. I should have mentioned at the outset, I'm joined by our superintendent, Dr. Maria Vasquez. This is extremely important to her as it is to the board. And one of the things we really could use help with, we like another alternative for our students rather than expelling them. I completely agree with you. When we kick them out of school, we have set them on a path that is almost irretrievable. And it will take more money, but it also takes a commitment from all of you, and you have that commitment from us. Thank you, and congratulations also.
Thank you. Representative Dr. Anna Escamani, you're recognized. I have to practice that.
Thank you so much. I will never get old, so you can keep saying it. I just want to say thank you for all your amazing leadership and for the whole school board, and a shout out to Scott and Marquise, who are answering all of our questions all the time, and so really just appreciate everything I'll do. One of the issues that we've been working on locally has been crossing guards, and so I'm curious, talk about transportation budget. What is the need? What's the situation with just having enough crossing guards to keep our kids safe who walk to school?
Well, thank you for asking that question. I hope we still have the sheriff here. The sheriff, please, by all means. The sheriff actually handles our crossing guards, so he would be better poised to answer that question. But as you know, our roads are getting more dangerous. What happens at our bus stops is getting more dangerous. Our whole society is getting more dangerous. And so, again, I hate to say it's all about money, but if you give us the resources, we will put them to efficient use and make sure that we have the safest environment for our students. That's job one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rita Harris, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Jacobs, and to the entire school board and all the support staff, all the hard work that you do. And this is more of a statement of support for hardening especially your support staff as well. We still hear of, unfortunately, students being left at the bus stop because it is so difficult. You all need the staff that you need to drive the students to school. So just letting my delegation know that that's still a concern in the community as far as making sure we have enough bus drivers. And I know that the new start times are not helping the situation at all. So we need to make sure that you have what you need to get the students to school safely and help them learn the lessons they need to learn. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Erica Booth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair, and I appreciate all of your hard work. I just wanted to say it's more also a statement. I began my teaching career, 21 years of public school service in OCPS schools. Actually, most folks don't know. I started at Oakshire Elementary, opened that school, and I do sit on the Pre-K-12 budget subcommittee. Coming up this upcoming session, I look for lots of different ways that we can help support our educators and our community. So thank you for your work.
God bless you, and thank you. And thank you for your service to our students.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The Honorable Dr. Jim Moyer, Supervisor-elect, Soil and Water Conservation District 2, you are recognized.
The weather outside almost had me fooled, but now that I see all these beautiful and some very familiar faces, I know I'm in the great state of Florida. Senora Vice Chair, Representative Lopez, Madam Secretary, Representative LaVon Bracy Davis, Senators and Representatives. My name is Jim Moyer, or I go by Dr. Jim Moyer because I went back to school after 25 years to get a master's in business and a doctorate of education in organizational leadership. And I had the honor of a lifetime on November 5th, 2024, when I was elected to Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2. So I can't thank the voters of West Orange enough. God bless them. Tomorrow, myself and Supervisor Carolyn Campbell, District 4, will be sworn in right here in this building, in this chambers, at 3 o'clock. And you're all cordially invited to attend. And I hope I see this many people. When I was on the campaign trail, I realized that people aren't real familiar with what the soil and water conservation districts do. So I'm going to give you a really, really brief summary. Without healthy soil, we don't have a healthy life. And without water, water is life. So on behalf of all of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and the future of our planet, please put a priority on this. When I first started following this over a dozen years ago, 3% of the world's water was available for human consumption. It's now down to 1%. Now, the Soil and Water Conservation District here in Orange is not funded at all. We're totally unfunded, and we need your support just for a regular, steady stream. On October 9th of this year, we become 75 years old, according to our website. Please give us an anniversary gift and give us a steady and regular source of funding. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you. The Honorable Caroline Campbell, Supervisor, National Federation of the Blind of Florida.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Carolyn Campbell. I am also with Soil and Water Conservation District. I am the first blind elected official in Florida, and so I really appreciate Orange County for trusting me my third time. What I'm here to talk to you about, in addition to the funding that was requested by our colleagues for Orange Soil and Water Conservation District, I'm also here to thank you for supporting those that are disabled and blind that you did last year in the delegation. In Tallahassee, it was passed Senate Bill 832, which basically was to eliminate the sub-minimum wage payment. But unfortunately, that didn't go far enough. What we would like to have is that you add to that by being able to have the 14C certificate be discussed, the parameters of how to get rid of the 14C certificate, which is basically to allow how the sub-minimum wages are paid and the off-ramp to be able to get organizations to stop being able to pay individual sub-minimum wages. We have a lot of people in workshops like Lighthouse Works, etc., that just because they're blind, they are able to be paid sub-minimum wages. And these are people with bachelor's degrees, folks, okay? They're not able to make even a minimum wage. That's unacceptable. The other thing we want to talk about is that because of all of this, access equals success. If the people are not given the appropriate education, information, etc., they don't have that ability to have access, therefore they're not able to have that success. The other bill that we would like to have your support on, and I've sent this information to you already, it's the Bright Bill, and that is Blind Students, Independence, Technology, and Education Act. And basically what that does is it allows blind individuals, it promotes more learning Braille for people who need it, who are blind, or whatever tools that are needed, because unfortunately a lot of blind individuals are held back or not able to keep up with their peers in school. I know I had lots of problems with IEPs going through school and schools telling me what I cannot do, and me having to find ways to figure out how to do it to be able to get to where I am today. So we need your help to support these, because access equals success. The better we have education, the better we have employment, the more blind individuals and people with disabilities can be off of social services and be able to be independent and become elected officials too. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Representing the Honorable Commissioner Kelly Semrad, Orange County District 5, Lee Alice Perry, aide. You are recognized.
Thank you so much. I am here representing Commissioner of District 5, Dr. Kelly Martinez Semrad. She unfortunately has a family emergency and cannot be here today, but just wants to stress how thankful she is to have such incredible leaders here representing our area. And she just wants to thank you for your continued service and commitment to Orange County's community. Please accept this official letter into the record of legislative requests from Orange County District 5 Commissioner Kelly Semrad. I respectfully request your support in advancing the following legislative efforts. First and foremost, she would like you to please protect our local democratic process. As you know, the Charter Review Commission worked very hard moving forward some incredible citizen-driven initiatives to get on the 2024 ballot, which many were overwhelmingly passed with a majority of voters, including the rural boundary and the annexation amendment. And so she wants you to please investigate the implications of Sunbridge Stewardship District. The SSD may threaten to undermine Orange County's voter-mandated rural boundary protections and protections from annexation. Special interests are attempting to preempt local voter-mandated county constitutional amendments, and I urge you to protect the integrity of our local democracy by ensuring that the overwhelmingly supported voter-mandated county constitutional amendments remained intact. As you saw with Split Oak Forest, there's loopholes to even some of the most popular amendments that are voted overwhelmingly by our local residents, and we want to lean on you to please respect the voters and our local democratic processes. Of course, Commissioner would love to emphasize the need for economic prosperity and supporting our most vulnerable communities. And in that, she would like to require counties to calculate the carrying capacity of not just the residents, but also the tourists that are currently here using our water, our roads, and have the ability to diversify our tourism development tax, and also, look into how we can stir our local economy in examples like supporting our local farmers. Of course, housing and the environment go hand in hand. We definitely need to stress a need to bring in resources to help the homeless and diversify our need for inventory of affordable housing, but we also need to protect wetlands and not use the housing crisis as an excuse to deforest critical lungs of our community, which also will perpetuate flooding. And last but not least, ensuring that we have adequate drinking water. The climate crisis is perpetuating the need for us to have adequate drinking water. Our aquifer is being depleted, and areas like the Wedgefield community have polluted water, and we need resources to help them. So, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable John Lowndes, Mayor, City of Maitland. You are recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished delegation of Florida legislators. My name is John Lowndes. I am the mayor of the beautiful city of Maitland, a city in north central Orange County of about 20,000 people. Thank you for convening this meeting and for taking the time to hear from the various governments and government-related entities today. I will not take up much of your time, but I've come to advocate for a fundamental aspect of governance, and that is home rule. Municipal home rule is enshrined in our state constitution. It empowers our citizens with the right of local self-governance. You've heard it all said that the best and most responsive government is the government that is closest to the people. We in municipal government are very close to the people. We are the people, When residents and businesses have issues they need resolved, they're not shy about picking up the phone or sending an email. And very often I can't make it to the end of my driveway, let alone down an aisle in Publix, without hearing from neighbors and constituents. And that's a wonderful thing. I've been a member of Maitland City Council now for almost 11 years. And every year we do our best to wisely spend our city's revenues on essential services: water, wastewater, roads, parks, fire, and police capabilities. We plan our development according to local needs and preferences. But every year we also hear the drumbeat of bills being filed in the Florida legislature that would limit our ability to build our city as its people want. Every year there are a slew of bills to chip away at our home rule. These bills would strip away the right of the local government and transfer it to Tallahassee. We are legally preempted from home rule because special interests find it easier to get their business done in Tallahassee than on the ground in the cities where it matters. I ask you, as the Florida legislators, to be mindful in the coming session about municipal home rule. In the drafting and consideration of bills that have very local impact, please honor the principle of local home rule. Let us and the city and county governments continue to fashion solutions that are most appropriate to the needs of our people, and let us continue to be effective governments closest to the people. There is another aspect of home rule I'd like to address as well, and that's the tourist development tax. Every month, about $30 million pours into Orange County coffers from this source. I would ask that our state legislators craft legislation to loosen the reins on how Orange County government can effectively utilize these funds. Thanks to state legislation, other counties around the state are already free to spend their TDT revenues on everything from environmental restoration to parks to homelessness to law enforcement. But one county is consistently left out of these expanded uses, and that's Orange County. We collect the most in tourism taxes, we have the greatest needs, but we also have the greatest statutory restrictions on how our money can be used. It's a matter of legislation and political will. This issue is not going away. And I would ask that the members of the Orange County delegation and the leaders of our Orange County government come together to draft legislation to allow the county to put TDT to its highest and best use. As a matter of home rule, Orange County should have the ability and responsibility to utilize the tourist development tax. Madam Chair and distinguished delegation, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? You have a question? Representative Dr. Ana Villas-Camani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for your incredible leadership, and I'm so honored to represent Maitland and work with you and your commissioners on addressing some of these community concerns. And I also want to thank you for talking about the TDT. And myself and Senator Smith will be filing legislation soon to try to give Orange County more flexibility with the TDT. And I do think having the support of more local municipal leaders will help us, because as you mentioned, it is one of those topics that attracts a lot of attention, and it's a heavy lift, but a very important one as we have all of these needs that intersect with tourism, and yet we're restricted from spending TDT on those needs. So I appreciate your leadership on this.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Escamani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representing the Honorable Sheila DeCiccio, Mayor, City of Winter Park, Kyle Dudgeon, Assistant Director of OMB, CRA, Economic Development of the City of Winter Park.
I'm told the longer your title, the more you get attention, so thank you for that. Yes, my name is Kyle Dudgeon, representing the City of Winter Park and Mayor DeCiccio's office this morning. As Mayor DeCiccio would say, she prides herself on her ability to listen, and one of the things that we've heard today is you are not alone. State issues are regional issues are local issues, and Winter Park stands ready to do its part to help you with that lift. So we appreciate your deliberation and discussion today, and look forward to helping how we can. Well, the list is comprehensive. We want to point to our advocacy requests on 3 separate topics that add value to safety, multi-mobility, and resiliency. The City of Winter Park hosts 80 to 90 special events per year. Well, that's separate from smaller interactions such as neighborhood gatherings, public hearings. Each request requires layers of detail with particular attention to labor, maintenance of traffic, coordination with vendors and merchants, and most importantly, the safety of our residents, community members, visitors, and stakeholders. Staff continually works with our teams to best understand this evolving nature and how we can best serve all who are looking to enjoy and employ. This includes how we utilize our resources, materials, and budget. A mobile bollard system elevates the effectiveness of recurring and the growing desires to utilize our most populated areas with savings on cost and provide elevated customer service to a variety of requests the city gets throughout the year. Of note, a city of 30,000 drives close to 700,000 visitors for special events and is close to 2.5 million annually in its downtown alone. We appreciate the opportunity as it looks to that to add value to inventory, as now our current SOP has been to work with our regional partners on mobile bollards where they're applicable in our abutting communities. Also of note, with regards to infrastructure, access and mobility continues to be on the forefront. We place great value in our ability to connect and access for folks. We have a Sterling Bridge project that is in dire need of repair, and we're looking for a partnership in improving that. And lastly, we continue to work with our regional stormwater entities to continue to work towards the solutions to the uphill battle of our ever-evolving tropical storm issues, stormwater mitigation, and other issues of the like. So we look forward to developing compelling applications, continuing the conversations with you, and yielding back 27 seconds of your time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. The Honorable Mayra Uribe, Commissioner, Orange County District 3. You are recognized.
Good morning. It's so great to see all of you. Thank you all for being here this morning, and thank you for all of your service. People don't realize how much is sacrificed of our lives to serve this community and for the betterment. I'm Orange County Commissioner Myra Uribe, District 3, just reelected for my last term. And I also want to echo what you've heard already a lot today, so I'm not going to really spend a lot of time, but transportation is very key and infrastructure is very key. We are seeing more flooding now than we have ever seen historically, and what's really sad is that we're seeing it in areas that have already been developed for decades and decades. So it's letting you know, and we're right now doing the Vision 2050, and I keep proponing, and we have worked with the school board system, is infrastructure, transportation, and preparing for our public schools have to be key and have to be at the forefront when we're making changes of densification so much intensely. Also on transportation, as the former chair of the Metro Plan Orlando and also chair of the state MPOAC, which I oversee all 27 MPOs, transportation is key for us, and not only as we look to the future, but also maintaining our infrastructure, which is so vital in what we're doing. And what we are seeing is rising costs are outpacing our capability of producing what we're doing. And it's a cause and effect, because we have more people moving here every day. We need more roads to move people along. I tell people we can build great affordable housing, but if you can't get people to work and to school, what does it really? How valuable is it? And lastly, I know that Dr. Escamani discussed a TDT, and we did something that we've never done before, and it's great to see Dr. Cartwright here and the UCF team. We designated funding from TDT to UCF for the first time in history. And I'm very proud to have championed that and to see it. So go Knights, charge on. There you go. No, I mean, it's just a reality. It is a tax. It has a lot of funding. And as we are looking for all sources of funding, we have to have that conversation, as uncomfortable as it make people feel. And lastly, protecting our environment. I'm very proud of the commission and our mayor. We have designated so much protection of environmental land and still always fighting to protect our rural boundary. And it seems like it's a challenge that we are going to be seeing over and over again, but we know it's important, because when we talk about water, it's got to go somewhere. It's got to go somewhere, and when you're concreting everything, it's only going to get worse. I mean, when you see areas like Delaney Park and so forth flooding now, it just doesn't make sense. And the earth is the earth, and it's the way to be. But I know you guys have high challenges going forward. We're so proud of you. We'll be there to back you up. And please know that I am of service if there's anything I can do to Tallahassee. And lastly, protect our MPOs, because it's kind of home rule. We know what's important for infrastructure and transportation in our designated areas across the state. We were volatile last year. We'll be up again. Protect our MPOs. Thank you so much, and may you have a wonderful session.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a question, so I would like to recognize Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Uribe, and congratulations on your reelection. I'm looking forward to working with you. I think the partnership between the state and local level is critical in addressing the needs of our community. I have a question for you. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we do have a local bill that's going to be in front of the delegation today for consideration. It is related specifically to some local development projects that, obviously we've seen here, specifically Sunbridge. And of course, we know that partnership and buy-in from not only the city, but also the county is important. Have you had a chance to review that local bill? Because I want to make sure if we move forward with that now or in the future, that we have input from the county and from the city and various stakeholders.
Well, that bill that was brought forward to you all moved very quickly as of last Friday, so we were not even properly notified. I know that we advocated, and it was one of the deals that was made to provide the $400 million for Camping World was to stop and protect our rural area, which was the Sunbridge, and the annexation, again, which did pass overwhelmingly in the tax. So I think that we have to continue to fight to protect those efforts because in good faith, what we did here, we have not received any information. I have not been briefed neither by the city nor by our staff because it happened so quickly and we had a Board of County Commission this week. So it concerns me. And I would just remind you all to look at what we went through to protect that overdevelopment and going into that rural area. And please keep that in mind. I know my staff gave your Vice Chair, Representative Lopez, some information from what had been discussed with the county at the time that we did this, and we hope that you guys will pursue that because that was the intent when we did it here and the negotiations that we did with the City of Orlando.
Certainly. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you all for all
Appreciate
that you
it.
do. Yes.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we have the time because there is certainly more time before legislative session to review this or any local bill, and I want to make sure all the stakeholders have an opportunity to do so.
And Senator, I actually thank you so much because we have not had the time. We have not gotten the language. We don't even know the details of what's being proposed, and it will impact us greatly. And knowing the history of what we went through to try to protect that area, it is a little, I don't want to say upsetting because I don't know the details. I don't want to speak incorrectly on this, but no, there has not been any information provided to us in detail to even see what they are actually trying to propose with you all.
Thank you. And thank you for your leadership on TDT as well. Myself and Representative Escamani will be continuing to advance and highlight that issue in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
Uribe.
Thank you so much. Have a happy New Year.
Thank you, too. Someone's alarm going on. Get up. I'm so sorry. Phil Scarpelli, President and CEO, Family Partnerships of Central Florida. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that pause wasn't a reconsideration of me coming up or not. Welcome and Happy New Year's to you all, delegation of Orange County. I feel very privileged to be here to speak to you on behalf of a wonderful organization. I am Phil Scarpelli, the CEO and President of Family Partnerships of Central Florida, whose origins were birthed in Brevard County over 2 decades ago, serving child welfare recipients of children who were abused, neglected, and or abandoned. I know earlier, we talked previously, another constituent was talking about uncomfortable conversations. But if you think about abused and neglected and abandoned children and the vulnerable families from which they come, sometimes that is a very sensitive issue, and it's a very emotional issue. But I'm here to tell you about a history of an organization that was birthed in Brevard County by the county and by the people and the stakeholders of the county. We have brought those years of experience and high performance to Brevard County through a competitive procurement with the Department of Children and Families. We are here to carry the torch of former lead agency Embrace Families, who I've known and worked with for many, many years. We're here to proudly take that torch to the next chapter of what and whom we are to serve our most vulnerable here in Brevard County and Orange County, Osceola County, and Seminole County. So we've grown larger, but we stayed focused, and we are built upon a reputation of doing honorable community engagement to work with our legislative body, our elected officials, and community stakeholders. When we came on board this past summer, we created some immediate wins on getting kids who were in unlicensed homes into licensed and loving homes, and we did that expeditiously. That is the nature by which we want to bring services to Orange County and its contiguous counties that join us. We also want to celebrate the fact that we are creating record numbers of adoptions annually. Just this past year, we adopted 428 kids from the system to loving families. That was quite a benchmark, but it's not always good. It's not good enough, right? And so what we are trying to appeal to today is an understanding that when Embrace exited their contract, there were a lot of organizations, unfortunately, because even Embrace faced a lot of financial hardships, but the organizations and stakeholders that work dearly with them and closely providing services to children and families were left in debt. And we want to, as an organization, stand by those very organizations in this community to not only talk to the delegation, but really to plead to the Department of Children and Families to help support us in that recovery approach. We are also looking at a new model of funding for community-based care. We want you all to be aware that we need your support, and I personally will be available to meet with you individually and or collectively to talk about the nuances about getting to that point that adequate funding to child welfare is present. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful year.
Thank you. Representative Bruce Anton, you are recognized.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And please forgive me, I wasn't paying attention when you first started. Which organization do you work for, or which do you represent?
We formed Family Partnerships of Central Florida as an offshoot to an agency that had over 20 years of child welfare in Brevard. We are the CBC agency appointed by the department for Central Florida. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Lady Sarabia, Step Up for Student Scholarship. You are recognized.
Good morning. My name is Brian Rodriguez. I live in Ocoee in Senator Thompson and Rep. Bracy Davis District. I'm here today with my dad, Raul, to share my education choice journey. We arrived in Florida from El Salvador when I was almost 9 years old. When I came to Florida, I did not know any English. It took me about half a year to speak and about a full year until I felt fluent. My family was looking for a small private school environment where my brothers and I could feel safe. After asking family friends, we found out about Glad Tidings Academy and Step Up for Student Scholarship. I started there when I was in 3rd grade, and now I'm midway through my 10th grade year. Both of my younger brothers also attend Glad Tidings. We're very grateful for the scholarship because my family would not be able to afford tuition without it. I like Glad Tidings because of how down to business it is. They focus seriously on academics. We go there to learn and study. My favorite subjects to learn are philosophy and psychology. My favorite philosopher is Diogenes. When I grow up, my mom wants me to do medicine, but I also am more interested in science. We'll see who ends up winning that battle. There are about 12 kids in my class, and the small class is helpful in getting direct attention from our teachers. At Glad Tidings, they take the Bible very seriously. Everything is rooted in deepening our faith and being good servants, something my family deeply values. My father and I want to thank all the lawmakers here today who support Florida's scholarships programs, and ask all of you to continue supporting families like ours, live the values that are important to us. Your support has truly helped me thrive in my education journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicidades. Congratulations. We have Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. You are recognized here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, I just wanted to say felicidades a ti. You're a very good speaker.
Thank you.
And you remind me of me when I was your age, just as far as like your professionalism and your speaking skills. Maybe we need to watch out here as elected politicians. But thank you, bienvenidos. We proud to welcome you here at the Orange County Delegation meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't leave. We have here our representative, Erica Booth. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to say, great job. I wish we had more young people that would come speak in front of the delegation. So you're a leader in this today, and so I appreciate all of your hard work. Please continue to do that and to speak to your elected officials, because we do represent the people. So thank you today.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stan Robbins, on behalf of Cassandra Matej, President and CEO, Visit Orlando, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for letting me address the Central Florida delegation today. As you know, tourism is the cornerstone of Florida's economy. Tourism is our #1 industry, representing more than $121 billion in economic impact, and directly and indirectly employing more than 2 million Floridians. And here in Central Florida, it generates a remarkable $92.5 billion in economic impact, supports 464,000 jobs, and is responsible for over 50% of our sales tax collections. It's a vital industry that provides substantial savings for each one of us here in Orange County, up to $10,200 in tax savings. And it contributes to services like arts, culture, schools, police, and public safety infrastructure. Visitors also help us remain just one of 7 states without a state income tax. And at Visit Orlando, we're proud of our partnership with Visit Florida to promote Florida as a premier travel destination. Our partnership allows us to extend our reach, amplify our global presence, and enter into global marketplaces that is becoming increasingly competitive. One example is our partnership to bring the Michelin Guide to Florida, where we were able to combine our resources and show the culinary excellence of Orlando, Tampa, and Miami, and show that we have an excellent dining scene to help us generate high-value visitors. Additionally, through Visit Florida, we're exploring new markets and continuing to combat issues like safety, Zika, hurricanes, closures, and continuing to maintain the state. Tourism not only benefits hospitality, but also drives growth across other sectors like retail, real estate, healthcare, and creates a rippling effect throughout the whole economy. And we have built a place where people want to visit. And as transplants like Representative Harris know, when you build a place where people want to visit, you build a place where people want to live. And when you build a place where people want to live, you build a place where people want to work, and a place where businesses want to invest. And that's what we've done here. We've built a place where businesses and residents want to continue to grow, develop, and invest. And we can continue to drive up those investments through continued driving of visitation. To sum it up, when travel thrives, so does our community. Your continued commitment to funding Visit Florida is an investment in job creation, economic growth, and a high quality of life for our residents. It's through this partnership that we can achieve our shared vision of making Florida the most visited, welcoming, and inclusive travel destination in the world. Thank you for your time, and thank you for investing in the continued success of Central Florida.
Thank you. We have Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith asking a question. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Visit Orlando, for being here represented. We all support the growth and the thriving tourism industry that we have here in Central Florida. Of course, is a tourism-based economy. We're going to hear from a lot of people today, I know, who are asking for money. I know that you didn't make a direct ask for money, but my question is related to how the state law prohibits certain community needs from being funded using TDT and hotel tax dollars. As you know, currently state law prohibits the use of hotel taxes and tourist development taxes to be used to fund tourism-related workforce housing, as well as it prohibits the use of tourist development taxes to be used for things like public safety. How much taxpayer money did Visit Orlando receive from Orange County government in the last year?
We receive 30% of local TDT collections, and fundamentally we believe that that investment in our local economy generates more for this county to spend. Our independent studies, like from Tourism Economics, shows that it saves $10,200 locally. And that means that's money being put into this economy that we don't have to put in. So our goal is to take that money and to generate more for this county and for the state and community to have. Fundamentally, Visit Orlando brings a return of $33 for every $1 invested in Visit Orlando to this local community.
Thank you. Follow up. Thank you. I'll have to follow up on the rate of return. I think it's accurate that, yes, 30% of TDT collections are given by Orange County to Visit Orlando annually, but could you specify the dollar amount that represents 30% of TDT collections given to Visit Orlando in taxpayer money annually?
Sure. It's a little bit north of $100 million.
$100 million to Visit Orlando on average annually from taxpayer funds in Orange County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Vickers, our Public Defender, Office of the Public Defender. You are recognized. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for being here today and for hearing from all of us on important issues. My name is Melissa Vickers. I am the newly elected public defender. Today is my third day on the job. So I'm thrilled to be here talking to you. The one thing, the public defender's office represents people who are accused of crimes who cannot afford to hire their own attorney. This is an office that is guaranteed by our Sixth Amendment in our Constitution. So it is a necessary duty that we perform for the public. Due process funds are always an issue, and we will be coming to you with more specific requests and numbers that we will be asking for. The very important issue that we're facing is turnover. Statewide, there's about a 22% turnover in assistant public defenders throughout the state, which causes delays in cases, higher caseloads, stress, burnout, things like that. Our starting salary here in the Ninth Circuit, which is Orange and Osceola County, is $65,000. When students come out of law school, they are facing debt, which is anywhere on average from $85,000 up to $150,000 of debt that they have to pay back. And those monthly payments end up being similar to a rent payment, car insurance payment, or a mortgage payment. So they're actually doing double duty on those payments when they have to pay back these loans. We're going to be asking that it be codified that starting salary should be $75,000 so that we can attract passionate, intelligent, hardworking people to do this necessary job, and that we can retain those people to do this job. You know, when you get out of law school, you can go out and try to get a job at a big firm for an excess of $100,000. But when you're doing your service to your community and working for a government agency such as the Public Defender Office, you do sacrifice the big bucks, so to speak. So we would like to make that sacrifice, somewhat a little bit less and less strenuous on our employees and on our attorneys. We do appreciate in the past, I know there have been some cost of living adjustments, but unfortunately we're going to be here asking for it again because as inflation goes, cost of living. So I really do appreciate your time in hearing us and happy to answer any questions.
Representative Lavon Bracey, you're recognized.
I don't really have a question, but I think I am the only attorney in our delegation, so I feel the need that I need to say something. And I sat on judiciary last cycle, and I sit on judiciary this cycle. So just know that, at least in my office, you do have an ally. I started as a DCF attorney, and I interned at the Public Defender's Office. So I do understand the great work that you all do, and also I see a representative from the State Attorney's Office, the work that you all do. And I know that you need resources to do that work. Coming out of FAMU College of Law, knowing that there's a decision to be made. Do you want to go in the private sector or do you want to serve in the public sector? And the biggest deterrent is the pay. So know that what you've just said has not fallen on deaf ears, and I am prepared to go back to Tallahassee and to try to champion further resources for both of those offices.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Travaris McCurdy, Assistant to the VP, Orlando Housing Authority.
Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation. My name is Travaris McCurdy, and I am the Assistant to the Vice President of Operations representing the Orlando Housing Authority. As you know, affordable housing is a cornerstone of a thriving community. The Orlando Housing Authority works tirelessly to provide safe, affordable housing options and to empower residents of Orlando and Orange County with opportunities for economic independence. OHA serves public housing, Section 8, seniors, veterans, homeless programs, and transitional housing. However, our efforts are constrained by the limited availability of funding to meet the growing demand for affordable housing in our region. This is why I urge you all to fully fund Florida State housing initiatives, including the Sadowski Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Fully funding these programs will not only support the Orlando Housing Authority's mission, but also create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and provide stability to countless families and individuals in our community. We have an opportunity to make a meaningful impact on the lives of our residents and to ensure that Orlando and Orange County remain places where we all can thrive. OHA is working to reform, reinvent, and renew affordable public housing options for Central Florida residents. Your leadership and commitment to affordable housing are critical to making this vision a reality. So thank you for your consideration and your dedication to our community. I look forward to working together to address this urgent need. I would like to just mention the Orlando Business Journal recently published on January 7th a very interesting article including some of the projects that the Orlando Housing Authority is slated for redevelopment. So I would encourage you all to visit that article published in the Orlando Business Journal. And thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Powell, Library Director, Orange County Library System. You are recognized.
Good morning, Orange County Delegation, other elected officials, and distinguished guests. My name is Steve Powell. I'm the Library Director and CEO of the Orange County Library System. I'm here today to talk to you about public library construction grants. Those grants support new, replacement, and renovation projects. Florida libraries are busy. Over 117,000 people walk through the doors of a Florida public library every day, more than who visit all U.S. national parks combined. So public libraries are a support system for communities that many people assume will always be there when they need them, like a school or church. In fiscal year 23-24, the state funded $9.8 million in library construction grants that supported 20 projects around the state. Last year, no grants were funded, which is incredibly unfortunate given how busy libraries are and their impact on the state. In Orange County, we have one application for $500,000 for our new Horizon West branch, and next year we would be eligible for the same funding for our new Lake Nona branch. So during session, when you're asked to support library funding, we hope that we can count on you to invest in us. Our two new facilities will each be 20,000 square feet with budgets over $20 million. Therefore, receiving a grant for each project would make a meaningful investment in each of those communities, but it would also make a meaningful investment across our entire service area and the service areas of all libraries who would receive that grant funding. A study done by Florida's Division of Library and Information Services demonstrated that for every dollar invested in Florida libraries, more than $10 is returned to the local economy. Libraries also have a direct impact on local jobs, workforce development, and local purchasing. A University of Florida study showed that Florida libraries contributed more than $346 million to the gross domestic product of Florida. And we also support home values. A national survey found that homes located within a quarter of a mile of a library are worth on nearly $10,000 more on average than those further away. And public libraries provide impactful childhood literacy programs and learning support. Student achievement. Studies show that kids who have access to libraries outperform students who do not. Libraries play a significant role in childhood literacy. We have very well-attended kindergarten readiness and early childhood programs that introduce children to literacy from birth through age 5. We also support school-age kids with access to homework help, research resources, and test prep. Libraries are also a vital resource for homeschoolers. Nearly 70% of families who homeschool use libraries to supplement their children's learning. So therefore, the state's investment in library construction funding is an investment in Florida's economy, the community's well-being, and most importantly, an investment in the education of our children that we cannot afford to skimp on. Thank you very much.
Representative Erica Booth, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you for presenting today. And actually, last week, myself and our office district staff were able, with your guidance, to come down and tour for a few hours the Alafaya Branch Library and learn more about the system. And I appreciate the time and effort that you all have put into educating us as newly elected and to the district and needs for the county as well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Radka, CEO, Senior Resource Alliance. You are recognized.
Hi, good morning, delegates from Orange County and Chair. My name is Carla Radka, and I am the President and CEO for the Area Agency on Aging in Central Florida, Senior Resource Alliance. And I am here to talk on behalf of seniors and caregivers for our community. The purpose of our organization is to maintain seniors aging in place where they live, they work, they volunteer, and close to their families. Science and evidence-based programs tell us that seniors do so much better when they are in our communities, close to the people that they love. And that is the foundation for our organization. I am here to advocate on behalf of my organization here in Central Florida and the rest of the area agencies on aging across the state of Florida. We do have legislative priorities that we have submitted for your review and support, and the whole intent is to enhance and increase programs that are supporting seniors that are at the most vulnerable, either because of being frail or because of financial situations. Programs such Meals on Wheels, that so many of you have been on vehicles with volunteers delivering meals in our community for seniors during holidays and during regular days. And for seniors, that is the highlight probably of their year when they see you there delivering that meal. It's not only nourishment for the body, but it's nourishment for the soul. So we're looking forward for that funding for programs such community care for the elderly, that it provides meals, provide assistance with transportations, with home repairs, also funding for home care for the elderly, and that is very important because that is supporting caregivers, and caregivers are fundamental. It's important and it's good business to support caregivers because of the economic impact. Imagine if caregivers took a day off when they care for so many, the most vulnerable, our elderly, our young people, and anyone with a disability that needs that care. So in that space of supporting caregivers, I am also in full support for a project for one of our local providers, a champion in our community, and that is Share the Care. They are asking for a capital project. Maybe later on you will hear from them. I think that they are 140-something speakers for today. But please keep that in mind to support that capital project, because that is to support caregivers on our community. They are the backbone to be able to provide a better quality of life for seniors so they can age with dignity and respect in our community. Please do so for our parents, our grandparents, and this is not only for them, but it's setting that the example for future generations. Thank you, and I see you in Tallahassee.
Yes. Any question? This is a great organization. I had a meeting with Radka, and she just mentioned few of the programs that she has in her organization. I think that you're doing an amazing job, and I can also feel when we're talking at your office, the commitment and the passion to serve our elderly. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing, and you can count with my support. I know that we're here to just for the best, not only for our elderly but also the caregivers. I'm a daughter of a 97-year-old mom. So let me tell you, and the conversation that I had with you, it was very, very great. I felt very, very good about it, and even my sister, talking about my mom living with my sister. So I think that this is a great opportunity. If you don't know about this organization, you should at least in the website or visit Radka, and she's always available. So thank you so much, Senior Resource Alliance. Thank you. Camila Perry, Executive Director, State Attorney's Office, 9th Judicial Circuit. You are recognized.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Camila Perry. I am the Executive Director and General Counsel for the State Attorney's Office. As many of you know, not too much going on over there. Kidding. We are really doing everything we can to stabilize the office and get things back to where they were, where they need to be. And what I will say, I've had the privilege of working in that office in my position for the past 8 years under 3 state attorneys, and they have all had the exact same issue. It has nothing to do with politics. It is economics. Every single one of them have needed to recruit experienced prosecutors. We're in the same boat as Public Defender Vickers indicated, and that is that we are unable to keep experienced prosecutors because they simply cannot afford to serve. They get to their 5th, 6th year, they want to buy a house, they want to have children, they want to continue to pay their bills, and I can't tell you how many attorneys come in my office crying because they don't want to leave. They really want to serve, they're good at their jobs, they wanted to be career prosecutors, but they simply can't afford it. So the result of that is that we have baby lawyers who are forced to be promoted to positions that they cannot handle. Right now, 70% of our attorneys have been in practice less than 3 years. And if you go to law school, if anyone has gone to law school, you know law school does not teach you how to be a lawyer. It teaches you how to understand and reason, but the practice of law takes a while. So being a third-year lawyer handling violent crimes is very, very risky for our community. So we are, in our LBRs, we have asked for FTEs and salaries and benefits, specifically for the purpose of hiring experienced prosecutors who can come train our younger lawyers, be career prosecutors, and maintain the office no matter what happens at the state attorney level. The other thing I will say is that our caseloads right now range from 200 to 300 cases per attorney. So while our attorneys do the best they can, that high volume of caseloads creates a really unreasonable burden and obviously also poses a serious risk to public safety. So we've also asked for additional FTEs just to handle the caseload, and that has nothing to do with experience. We just need more bodies, essentially. Lastly, another issue that will come up in session is that the Ninth Circuit has been recognized as being historically underfunded, which is really good news because the funding formula has been in effect since 1986, and it was based upon population, index crime, sparsity, and the high crime factor. But the statute insists that the appropriation be based on population. But circuits who have experienced explosive growth, like our circuit, has not seen the corresponding funding materialize as the years have gone by. So recently, we have been recognized that we are underfunded probably around $200,000, which is not a lot. That may be an attorney and a half. But we ask that if it comes across your desk that you try to see if we can get recognized for more funding as our community continues to grow. Thank you.
Representative Lavon Bracy, you are recognized.
Good morning. First, let me say, great jacket. It looks great on you. I don't know, something about that color. So you can kind of cut and paste my same sentiment and that I said with the Public Defender's Office. But I do have a question. When Melissa Vickers from the Public Defender's Office, she said the starting salary was $65K and she wanted to bump that to $75. Is that the same for the for the State Attorney's Office?
Yes, our starting salary is 63,
Okay.
and we have asked for 75K. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Lenar Spencer, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. And I am not an attorney, but I'm the father of one. And coming out of law school, she was very focused, having actually served in the FBI, to actually go into prosecution, but she wasn't able to do it specifically for the reasons that you've outlined in terms of cost. And so, I do understand, I think most of us understand that in order for our court system to work the way that it needs to work, we need qualified and capable attorneys on both sides, right? And so I say all that to say you have a supporter in me, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And I'm sure State Attorney Rowell would thank you again for your out loud support of her during these past 18 months. It was not, I know, a small task. So on her behalf, thank you again and again and again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Cartwright, President, University of Central Florida. You are recognized.
Good morning and Happy New Year. And on behalf of the University of Central Florida's Board of Trustees and our faculty and staff and nearly 70,000 students, it is great to be here this morning. We are proud to have approximately 15,700 current students from Orange County and about 83,500 alumni in Orange County. And certainly congratulations to all of you on your successful elections and re-election. And we look forward to working with you all as you visit UCF and learn more about what we're doing. We thank you again for the support you've been able to get to UCF through increased operational investment over the past few years. And together with philanthropic support, financial support from industry, and finding ways to increase efficiency in every way possible, we continue to make progress as Florida's premier engineering and technology university. Your support has enabled us to drive student success for our students. It's helped us to hire the staff that we need to support that success, increase the number of students that are entering engineering and high-tech programs where there are incredibly high salaries after graduation. We've been able to hire outstanding faculty and retain exceptional faculty that are being recruited aggressively by universities throughout this country. That makes a big difference for us as we continue to have the impact that we want to have. And for fiscal year 25-26, we're also asking for increased operational investment so that we can continue to build on that trajectory of support. With your continued support, we know we'll be able to expand our engineering and tech programs to 25,000 students and well beyond that as necessary actually to continue to support Florida's high-tech economy. We will continue to incorporate proficiency and cutting-edge technology into every academic discipline, giving every student the modern-day skills needed to acquire high-quality jobs. We will continue our 6-year track record of being the #1 provider of graduates to the aerospace industries. And certainly integrating technology into all of our programs has led to game-changing innovations, such as the development of an AI tool to help law enforcement combat human trafficking, and using innovative virtual reality tools to help alleviate debilitating PTSD for our first responders. In addition, we're asking for some support for non-recurring funding to renovate and expand our academic facilities, and for expanding our digital infrastructure to provide high-quality education at even a lower cost. So, again, we look forward to working with you and getting you excited about the work underway at UCF, and certainly in partnership with Valencia College and Seminole State College, we look forward to addressing society's great challenges, bolstering the state's economy, and improving the quality of life for all. Thank you, and go Knights.
Thank you. We have a question from our Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, just a statement. I just want to say thank you, President Cartwright, for being here. Always excited and love to see UCF here. I was proud to represent UCF when I represented House District 49 for 6 years, and I'm proud to represent UCF again as an alum of UCF Go Knights for Senate District 17.
Well, thank you, and charge on.
Thank you. Robin Dowsey, U.S. Green Building Council. Travaris McCurdy, Mount Pleasant Community Redevelopment Corporation. You are recognized.
Good morning again, members and Madam Chair. Again, my name is Travaris McCurdy, here for representing as a board member for the Mount Pleasant Missionary Baptist Church's Community Development Corporation. The Mount Pleasant Community Development Corporation, or CDC as I'll refer to it, is a nonprofit organization that began in 1991 here in Orlando. The CDC is committed to improving the lives of the people in our community, and the mission is simple: is to create a sustainable and equitable community by fostering economic development, education and training, and strengthening families. The Mount Pleasant CDC is submitting its very first legislative appropriation request since its inception in 1991 in the amount of $200,000 for fiscal year 25-26 in non-recurring funds. The representative from the 41st District is sponsoring in the House, and we have potential Senate sponsors identified. But if we would encourage you all to co-sponsor and support it however you can in Tallahassee. So today's ask is very simple for each of you. We're asking for your full support of the appropriation request from today until sine die. The Mount Pleasant CDC supports the residents of Orange, Osceola Lake, and Seminole counties with the focus and commitment to educating disadvantaged youth on economic development, educational advancement, and training to empower the future leaders of our community. Our upcoming projects include community gardens, internship programs, STEM training, and transitional housing initiatives, in addition to priorities identified by the legislative branch. So thank you for your consideration. We hope to have your support. We are dedicated to our community, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you. Any questions for myself about the CDC?
Good.
This is my last time you'll see me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any elected officials or representatives of governmental entities who have signed up since we started the meeting? No. So I also would like to acknowledge our legislative aide is helping us at the timer, so he's doing a great job. So I just want to say thank you. So that was our last speaker for the morning session. Let's move now to the election of officers for the coming year. We will elect a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary. The new officers will assume their duties at the conclusion of our meeting this afternoon. According to delegation rules, the chair and vice chair must represent districts in which at least 50% of their precincts are within Orange County. I would like to take nomination for chair. Are there any nominations for the office of delegation chair?
I nominate Johanna Lopez for chair.
I second.
Second from Rita. Thank you. So motion. Okay. So there is any other nomination to serve as a chair?
Close nomination.
So all in favor say aye. Yay.
Yay.
All opposed say no. No. So that was easy. So we passed the motion. I will now take nomination for vice chair. There is a nomination for a vice chair.
I'll nominate our current secretary to serve as the next vice chair, Representative Lavon Bracy Davis.
Is there any second for Lavon, Representative Lavon Bracy?
I will second.
Any other nomination? Opposed? You say? Close. Close nominations. I said, did he say? So all in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
All opposed say no. Okay, we have so.
You want to record the votes?
Yeah, one. Yeah, we were 8 when Carlos was in. Yeah. Got it. Thank you. I would like to take nominations for secretary. Are there any nominations for the office of delegation secretary?
Madam Chair, if I may, I will nominate Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith to serve as secretary of the Orange County Legislative Delegation for the next term.
Is there any other option for secretary?
Is there a second?
Is there any, somebody can second
I'll second.
this? Second. Thank you. So all in favor say yay.
Yay.
All opposed say no.
There are, let the record reflect that there are 9 yeas and 1 nay.
So congratulations to all the officers. So we have a new chair, a new vice chair, and secretary. So congratulations. We're going to move to the local bill. Okay. So we will now consider. I'm sorry. Yes, you're recognized, Senator Trudeau.
So just to comment about, the bylaws and the document that governs this body, I think it's misgiving and misplaced for members to have a 50% threshold to be a chairman or vice chairman. I think we all have something to offer. I don't care about lines, and I'm here to represent the people of the state of Florida, and I think that everyone should have the same opportunity on this board. So I wanted the record to reflect that. With that being said.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Somebody else want to? Okay. So you're recognized, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll also add for the record my opinion as someone who represents nearly half of Orange County in the Florida Senate and also in the minority leadership in Tallahassee, where my Republican colleagues dominate the chairmanships and the vice chairmanships and all of the leadership positions, that I like the role we have. Thank you.
Any other comment? Thank you, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. Somebody else?
Yes,
Representative Paula Stark, you are also recognized.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate Senator Trudeau's opinion. We did have committee meeting on this subject in Tallahassee, and there was strong discussion about that. And I agree. I think everyone has something to lend to the process. We all represent citizens of Orange County in some form or another. So I do think that needs to be a continued discussion along the way, how that should play out. But at the same time, the current rules are the current rules, and so, we need to go by those. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Paula Stark. You're recognized, Representative Rita Harris.
Thank you. I just want to remind the body that while people may not be able to serve on leadership roles, they are still members of this board, and their input is still valued, and they're still able to vote on local bills and other, things that come before us. So it's not a blocking of being on the board. It's just consideration of leadership and how the representation in the county is laid out.
Thank you, Representative Rita Harris. Somebody else? My opinion is that, we can also have discussions about the bylaws, and, today we don't have enough time, but we can set a future meeting to discuss about these concerns and the feedbacks from our members in the delegation. But thank you so much for everybody who provide feedback and comments. So now we have the local bill, Sunbridge Stewardship District. We will now consider a proposed local bill submitted by Richard Levy. To explain the proposal, before I recognize Mr. Richard Levy, I also want to the members know that we also going to have Carrie Cates, that is the Deputy Director from Orange County Utilities, to answer questions after your presentation and the questions, and also a staff member from Orange County Utilities, Engineer Laura Tatro. So you're recognized, Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the delegation. I'm Richard Levy. I'm the volunteer chair of the Sunbridge Stewardship District. As you know, is a form of local government created by the legislature. In fact, some of you may have actually voted for the original creation of the district in the Osceola County portion of the Sunbridge development in 2017, where the legislature approved the creation of the district. And the bill is simply to expand the district into the Orange County portion of Sunbridge. I do want to address what I believe may be some misinformation or lack of specific knowledge. A little bit of history about Sunbridge. Of course, I'm representing the local government, so I have nothing, I'm not representing the developer here, but this project was approved by Orange County in 2017. This is not, and I know there's been some recent discussions and controversies regarding the annexation of the Sunbridge and more importantly, the potential or proposed annexation of some 50,000 plus acres in East Orange County. This bill has nothing to do with that. The Sunbridge Stewardship District has nothing to do with that expansion or that proposed larger annexation. And in fact, I'll point out, as was pointed out by Commissioner Uribe and others, the Orange County Charter Amendment that was passed in November 24 settles the issue of future annexations. Those all have to go through the Orange County Commission, and I'm glad there are going to be representatives from Orange County here to address some concerns specifically about the utilities, and I will touch upon that as well. But I do want to apologize. I've been out of town, just came back into town for this particular hearing, and I understand that at one time this meeting was scheduled to be later in January. My colleagues certainly had a plan to reach out to everybody. Some of them have met with each of you, some have not. We plan to meet with everybody individually. Certainly we'll meet with all Orange County officials. I know the staff has the draft bill language and may express some concerns following me, but I want to make it very clear that, in fact, had this project never been annexed, I'd still be standing here in front of you today asking for the same request. This is about establishing a local government-like structure, a governance structure for Sunbridge, and what people don't necessarily understand or maybe appreciate is that, yes, these districts do finance infrastructure at no cost to the city of Orlando, no cost to Orange County. All of the cost of the infrastructure finance is borne by the property owners and the residents of those districts. And so, in addition to the infrastructure finance component of this proposed expansion, it has a very clear sustainability mission, a conservation mission. In fact, I'm sorry Dr. Cartwright isn't here, but the Sunbridge Stewardship District has funded applied research with UCF scientists for exploring how to reduce water consumption. Many of you probably know most of the water in our homes is consumed outside the home in landscape irrigation, not inside the home, and Sunbridge is a statewide and national leader in pursuing changes to land development practices. The Sunbridge Stewardship District has funded applied research at UCF, UF, IFAS. We actually fund education programs with the Osceola County School Board. We have a full-time naturalist that is paid by the Stewardship District and conducts education programs for school-age children about sustainability and water conservation. And those are some of the things that most people don't know about what the Sunbridge Stewardship District does. Essentially, the bill would expand the legal description of the district to include the areas that are approved for development in Orange County. Now, the city of Orlando, it does not make any changes to those approvals, any of the entitlements. They all stay the same. Nothing would change. It merely is creating a governance structure for that particular area. It expands the role of wildlife protection, conservation, lands protection, and other habitat protection for being undertaken by the district. And I know the Orange County utility folks are here. In Osceola County, when the bill was created, Toho Water Authority had the same concerns, whether or not the utility service would be affected by the creation of this district. It clearly is not. There was language in the original creation of the district that protected Toho's rights. We welcome and have language in the bill that does the same thing for Orange County utilities. We would not propose any change to that. Hopefully, the Orange County utility folks will speak to that, but we would not envision changing any of the utility provision language or the rules that Orange County is the utility provider for this particular district. I've been asked what would happen if this bill doesn't move forward. I think you would have a governance structure which would be very fragmented. We certainly could, the developer could create a number of community development districts which don't come to the legislature. They're locally created. There would be perhaps dozens of those. It would be much more costly from a local government perspective to have numerous community development districts managing the infrastructure finance. And I think most importantly, I think you lose the ability to do many of the conservation, habitat protection, water conservation things that the Sunbridge Stewardship is doing because it would be so fragmented. It'd be very difficult to get all of those districts to agree to fund those programs, to fund the education programs. I think one singular unified governance structure for the Orange County portion of Sunbridge would be far better than have the fragmented approach. I think here in front of you is an opportunity, one, to save future residents money, and two, to preserve the ability to conduct very serious and important environmental research and conservation and conservation lands protection. One other point, there are other examples of multi-county stewardship districts in Florida. Babcock Ranch, which is Lee and Charlotte County, and Lakewood Ranch, which is Sarasota and Manatee County. So with that, I think I'll conclude and ask that what we're asking today is the delegation support moving forward with the local bill. We're committed to meeting with every party that has an interest. Again, as I want to just reiterate, if it was never annexed, it was never part of any of that previous concern or discussions over the last several months, I'd still be standing in front of you today asking for the same expansion of the district into Orange County. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Richard, for your volunteerism and energy and what I know is an unpaid position for you here and for answering our questions. So I have a question about the specific area that you want to expand the Sunbridge District into, specifically the area around the Deseret Ranch property. Does this touch the Deseret Ranch property, and what is their interest, the developers and owners of that land, in this expansion?
So I'm not representing the developer, and I'm not representing the ranch today.
Understood.
These properties, when Sunbridge was approved for its zoning by Orange County in 2017, these are ranch-owned lands. And so they were originally part of the holdings of the church of the Latter-day Saints. And they, through an agreement with the developer, have arrived at it that the developer, Tavistock Development, would develop these properties. So they were always part of the ranch. So they are still adjacent to that controversial 50,000 plus acres, but we believe that the district believes that issue was settled with the charter amendments of this past November, that any future voluntary annexations have to be approved by the Orange County Commission. So those protections are in place. We don't believe anything in this bill does anything to affect that. And again, I want to reiterate that Sunbridge was originally approved by the Orange County Commission. There's no fundamental substantive change by the annexation. It simply moved into the city, and our role would have been independent of whether it was annexed or not. I can't speak to what the interests are of the church, other than I think the issue is settled by way of the charter amendment approvals.
Follow up?
Yeah, I'll ask a follow-up. Thank you. Just wanted to give space for other members of the delegation in case they have questions as well. And, full disclosure to the public and to the delegation, this is affecting an area of Senate District 17. So, of course, I have interest in the local bill. Have you had the opportunity to fully brief the details of this local bill with each of the members of the Orange County Commission, with Mayor Demings and with the Orange County government? And if so, are they officially in support of this local bill?
Madam Chair, if I might,
Senator,
I personally have not. I know members of my colleagues have reached out to the Orange County staff. I think given the compressed time frame for this hearing, we probably have not had one-on-one, face-to-face meetings with each of the Orange County Commission representatives. So that's my guess. I'm suspecting we haven't had that opportunity. But that's why I said early in my comments, we are happy to meet with everybody and anybody, because we believe this is not a growth management, rural lands protection issue, and we would clarify that in individual meetings. I know we have given the bill to the Orange County staff. I think I had a quick conversation with Roseanne Harrington earlier, who relayed to me that their primary concern was the utility component, whether or not this would affect the utility provider. And I can't speak for her or Orange County, but I think there was a concern that somehow this would affect the utility provider in the area, and we absolutely do not want to change that, and hopefully you'll hear that from the Orange County utility staff. But going forward, we are happy to meet with everybody and anybody to talk about what this is, and more importantly, what it isn't.
Thank you. We recognize our representative, Bruce Anton.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Levy. I remember you from the city of Orlando.
Yes, sir.
2 or 3 decades ago. Just a quick question. You spoke of a singular governance structure. Is there another special district in Orange County that has a similar governance structure to the one that you're proposing?
Madam Chair, if I might,
You're recognized.
Representative, I am not aware of there are two types of special districts, as I'm telling you stuff you already know, independent special districts and dependent special districts. Community development districts, that's under the statute. Community development districts are dependent special districts. That's why they have to get approval by the local governments. And so you will have, like in Lake Nona, there's at least 4, 5, probably 6 community development districts, which creates this fragmented kind of governance. I am not aware of another independent special district in Orange County that would be responsive to your question. In hindsight, I can't speak for the developer of Lake Nona, but in hindsight, maybe an independent special district for Lake Nona would have been a better way to go, because you have these 6 districts now with different boards and different ideas, and you have to kind of get them all moving in the same direction. And that can be challenging if you want to do some of these larger, especially in the environmental area, these large-scale land preservation things that are really important for water conservation, habitat protection, and other items.
I'm good.
Thank you. You are recognized, Senator Trudeau.
Yeah, just a quick question as far as, what do you think your #1 priority is for this expansion?
I believe it's really twofold. It's infrastructure finance. Those of you that have Narcoossee Road in or adjacent to your district, the Sunbridge Stewardship District will finance the parallel roadway that'll relieve Narcoossee Road. I don't know that a developer could do that on their own, and would probably be reaching out to local government or the state for financial assistance, but the district can actually finance those types of projects, and hopefully will provide relief for Narcoossee Road. But more importantly, I think it's the environmental agenda. I think it's the ability to do the kinds of large-scale conservation programs that Sunbridge Stewardship District is doing in Osceola County. The education programs, those are really important to the ethos and the character of those places, and the Sunbridge Stewardship District is set up to do those kinds of things. So it's really twofold.
Nobody else?
Actually, yes.
I recognize Representative Erica Booth.
Thank you, and I'm going to give you a little background. I am a St. Cloud resident, but actually frequent pretty much every day, if not Representative Stark every other day, Narcoossee Road. And the intent, bigger picture of why this lays in my district as well is traffic infrastructure. We've had many speakers up here today discussing about traffic and infrastructure and how we get ahead of some of this. Even though, yes, the development was approved back in 2017, and being newly elected here today, I have to fight for those types of issues that we've got to find some types of solutions, and that is the intent from bringing it for here today.
Thank you.
Do you have an additional question?
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe you said we were also going to hear from the utility provider as well.
Yes.
I may have some cost-related questions for the utility provider. Of course, I want to make sure that we have buy-in and approval, if you will, from some other stakeholders, particularly from Orange County government. But also, I'm concerned for the taxpayers. I want to fully understand the impact for taxpayers, if it's a good deal for them to have the Sunbridge Stewardship District come in and provide these services. It may end up being that it is actually a good deal for them, but if you could speak to that, because if you're bringing in services and infrastructure.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, that's a great question, and thank you for asking that. Certainly, from the utility standpoint, whether this project was in unincorporated Orange County or the city of Orlando or in the Sunbridge Stewardship District, the cost of the utilities, the construction of the utilities would be the same across the board, and I hope that the utility staff would say that. With regard to cost of services, one of the great things about the district is that it can, if approved, the bill authorizes that the district can provide services in what are comparable to local government services except sworn law enforcement. That's excluded and rightfully so should be excluded. But any enhancements in terms of parks, park ownership, park maintenance, all is borne by the district. It's not borne by the residents of the county. So for instance, in Osceola County, we're working on a larger park, and the park will be developed and programmed, developed by the district, paid for by the district, and oftentimes a lot of the services, the maintenance, sometimes is often borne by the district because there's a higher level of standard of maintenance, if you will, because the residents and property owners of a particular district will pay for enhanced maintenance. That's certainly true about roadways, landscaping, irrigation, hardscape. There are maybe specialized recycling programs and other things that are paid for by the district that are not borne by the local government. In the case of Osceola County would be the unincorporated county, but in this particular instance, the city of Orlando, Orange County would not be responsible for the cost of these services. They're simply borne by the residents and property owners of the district. If anything, I didn't really speak to this a lot, but if anything, this is really a cost-saving measure. If this area is going to be, if Sunbridge is going to be created as was envisioned originally by Orange County in 2017, the costs of this development are borne by those property owners and residents of that district. It doesn't mean that the city police or the sheriff or other services aren't utilized in those areas, but the cost of the enhancements to services are all borne by the property owners and the residents. So in some ways, it's actually a cost savings measure.
Thank you.
So,
I have a question.
Representative Dr. Ana Escamani, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Levy, for being here. And you always are such a wealth of knowledge. I really appreciate you. I have a few quick questions. When it comes to the financing infrastructure, correct me if I'm wrong, but an SDD also pays for infrastructure that would also, if it wasn't in existence, the private developer would pay for, correct? So is the infrastructure for public infrastructure, but also infrastructure that without the development would technically be paid for by the developer, like the roads in a neighborhood? Is that a correct assessment for the financial benefits too?
If I might,
Yes,
I'm glad you said roads in the neighborhood because the district really only pays for the master infrastructure.
Okay.
The developer pays for the neighborhood infrastructure. Those are all built in the cost of the home.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I wanted to make sure I understood it
Yes.
correctly. And then in addition to the concerns about the speed of this meeting and county commissioners not having time to be vetted on the issue and have time to review it, because folks are understandably sensitive with the
Sure.
annexation debate not even 30 days ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have some questions regarding that, and I appreciate you providing the clarity that you would come here with the same ask, whether or not what took place back in November. So with that said, is there any impact of a stewardship district on the continuous connection of land? And because I think that's the heart of the
Sure.
debate, is there's a concern that extending the boundaries could create some sort of loophole or some sort of path towards annexation. And I would love explanation of that, clarity of that. That's just, maybe can give some comfort to folks watching.
So the creation or expansion of the district has absolutely no bearing on annexation one way or the other. It's a governance structure. It's a, and I'm going to regret using this term, but call it a super HOA, if you will. I mean, it is just a master governance district. It has no bearing on annexation whatsoever. The only ability to expand municipal boundaries in Florida that I'm aware of is through municipal annexation. But the expansion of this district has no bearing whatsoever on any future annexations. But I did want to point out that the charter amendment in our minds, in the district's minds, settled the issue of future annexation. Will it happen someday? I don't know. It's obviously now with the charter amendment going to be up to the Orange County Commission to decide where the future voluntary annexations occur in unincorporated Orange County. But this bill has absolutely nothing to do with annexation. It won't make it easier, won't make it harder. It's just not relevant to what this district would do for this area.
And then one follow-up, Chair, if I may.
Of course, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I really try to avoid speculative questions, so if you can't answer this, I totally respect that decision. If the voters did not approve the 2 referendums last year, would this local bill be different, or would it be the same local bill within the confines of the current county restrictions?
I personally believe, as chair of the district, it would be identical.
Okay.
Wouldn't change.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Maybe this is a subjective question. Why do you think that we have few commissioners, making comments kind of against of this local bill? Because I'm kind of concerned. Maybe it's because, I don't know, just educate me and maybe it's subjective, it's up to you.
Madam Chair, I guess I could put my psychology hat on. I think there was clearly a lot of concern about urban expansion in Orange County and threat to rural areas. And I think what was lost in all of that discussion over the last 6 or 9 months was the fact that the smaller portion called Sunbridge in Orange County was approved back in 2017 by the Orange County Commission. Many of the existing commission members weren't on the commission at that time and didn't have the history of it. And so I think I'm speculating, but I'm guessing it all got kind of thrown into the same pot. And anything, having to do with anything near that area in East Orange County kind of got victimized by the concerns. I'm not suggesting that the concerns aren't warranted or the response wasn't warranted. But as I said earlier, I believe we think that issue's been settled. And those the voices that were concerned about annexation in unincorporated Orange County, specifically the east side of the county, I think prevailed in the policy debate and won the charter amendment and that's sort of settled law. Again, this district expansion has nothing to do with that. And I think if we had had the time to meet with everyone face to face and kind of put that story in front of them, more factual, I think maybe there would be a better understanding and a better appreciation, but maybe not. But we will definitely do that. We will meet, as I said, with anybody and everybody to explain what this is and what it isn't.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Dr. Levy, for the comment. If I could just clarify, based on my observation so far and some of the conversations we've heard, it's not that commissioners or Orange County or other stakeholders are opposed. It's that they need more time to review.
Sure.
It's hard for me to say right now whether I'll ultimately support or oppose the local bill as well. I just need more time to review something that could have, significant impact on the constituents and the area that I represent in the Florida Senate. And many of those impacts can be very positive as well. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair Lopez, is that as a delegation, we actually still have sufficient time to review and even approve it, in theory, as a delegation before the legislative session, meeting all of the legal notice requirements so that people can be given the appropriate time. Is that correct? To review?
I agree. And I would like to ask these direct questions to you as well. What do you think about postpone the discussion so we can have a conversation with each commissioner. We have a meeting with, just in case we did not follow up with all of the members of the delegation, follow up with all of them, and just have the meeting in Tallahassee. Our representative booth, sponsor the bill, and, if everything is clarified, I think that we are here just to represent our constituents, our districts. What do you think about that? I would love to know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm not an expert on the legislative process. I am told that there is time. You will have numerous opportunities to weigh in on this particular bill, perhaps before you take any of that action to maybe table or postpone. Maybe hear from the Orange County utility folks.
I'm going to do that. Yes, sir.
I'm hoping that they're going to. I'm hoping they're going to say the language, solves their problem, or with some minor tweaks can solve any of their concerns, which I think would be reflective of perhaps some of the concerns of the Orange County Commission, maybe not all. But we are, as I said, we're willing to meet and explain what this is in the interim. So if your rules allow this to stay alive and still move forward.
Yes, what I try. Yes. Thank you so much for your feedback. What I'm trying to allow is a no. Also, like opposing as well, because I have so many conversations and I hear so many questions, and I try to, to have further discussions. So maybe people that think that is related to the amendments, oh, no, it's not. So this is something else. This is something that is going to be good. This is something that maybe, trying to have these educational meetings one-on-one to see how it goes. And also, obviously, hear from the Orlando Utilities today, hear from Mr. Kerry, so he can explain what are their concerns about the bill as well, and how can we negotiate to improve the bill with the language that they are recommending.
Yeah,
Okay.
if there are some concerns that the Orange County utilities have, we're happy to address those. And I'll take a seat and stand by in case.
Stay very close to us. Just front seat there.
Further questions, but really appreciate your time and listening to us today, and thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. And I would like to recognize Representative Paula Stark.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that we understand, since this is a local bill, it has some separate deadlines and criteria associated, and that whatever we're asking of the applicant, it will fit that bill, and so we don't just leave them hanging and we can't meet our timeline.
No, I agree 100%. Thank you so much for your recommendations. We will follow up like that, with the timeline and everything in Tallahassee, so we are on time for everything. I think that is at the end of January. That is the time frame.
If they have to go through some of the process of public notices and stuff
Yes,
like that,
yes,
it's going to get tricky on timings.
Yes, but before we leave today, we can also, if that happens, maybe we can make an arrangement here today. We don't know. But if something like that happens before we leave, we have to make the arrangement for the date. And thank you so much for your recommendations. Mr. Kerry Cates, Deputy Director for Orange County Utilities. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning. I believe it's still morning to the delegation members. I am Kerry Cates. I am a Deputy Director with Orange County Utilities. And in regards to the bill, we have identified a few concerns. We are currently working with the city and our other partners that have contributed to the bill language. And to be clear, it's nothing that we view as overly egregious. Again, it's just, in more instances than not, it's clarifying language that we are requesting in this bill. And a lot of that really specifically pertains to our existing territorial agreements that we have within Orange County. We do have existing utilities that are within the proposed district area residing in Orange County. So that would be water, wastewater, reclaimed water. And we also have areas where we are currently installing and constructing new utilities. So we have new mains, new force mains and the like, new infrastructure that is being currently put in the ground, again, within this proposed district area. And these utilities have been designed and sized in anticipation that they will be servicing this area. And so, as you can imagine, these are very expensive. There's a lot of capital costs involved. So for us, we also want to make sure and clarify within the bill that any of those revenues associated with our utilities do return back to the county. And so, again, I think that if it is agreed by the delegation to move the bill forward, we would ask that we have a commitment from you, from the delegation, to allow us to be able to revisit the draft language and make those necessary changes so that we have that needed assurance to move forward. And also, as was noted, we have not had that opportunity yet to sit down with our individual commissioners to provide that briefing to them. So in addition to any of the comments or proposed modifications in language coming from utilities, there's also that potential that we could get additional comments from our individual commissioners. So again, that's kind of the perspective. Again, we're kind of looking at this through the Orange County utility lens with this. And Senator Guillermo Smith, we also have an individual, Ms. Laura Tatro, who is one of our assistant managers in engineering utilities, and she will be able to speak, I think, a little bit more pointedly to the question you asked about, overall cost and those benefits. So we hopefully will be able to provide some a little bit more information from that perspective as well.
Perfect. So if can she come and explain as well?
Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
I'm Laura Tatro. I'm Assistant Manager with Orange County Utilities in our engineering division, and specifically over our development review team. And what I wanted to speak at as some of your questions is, for a portion of Sunbridge, we already have an approved master utility plan that was done by the developer, and it laid out the utilities that are required to serve their development. Typically what happens is the public utilities are installed by the developer at their cost, and then they are turned over to Orange County Utilities for operation and maintenance after they've been constructed and accepted by the county. This process that that Mr. Levy's going through for the stewardship district won't change that. It would be constructed by the stewardship district at their cost and then turned over to Orange County Utilities for operations and maintenance. There is an area within this stewardship district that has not come in for a master utility plan, so they would need to submit an amendment to the existing one for the area that they hope to develop south of the area that went through Orange County approvals back in 2017.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Laura, for being here and for answering our questions. I guess maybe I should simplify my question by using an example. I'm concerned about the potential impact on costs to taxpayers when you say that there are parts of the Sunbridge expansion where the water infrastructure has not yet been approved or hasn't yet been created or installed. So as someone who owns a home in the city of Orlando in the Vista Lakes, Lee Vista area, I'm not in the impacted area, but I am a customer of Orange County Utilities. So when this infrastructure is built through this expansion for Sunbridge, how, if at all, is the cost of creating that new water infrastructure for this developer and for the district impacting me as a homeowner who pays utility rates through Orange County outside of the area?
I'm going to be general about it. I don't know all the specific details. I can't provide you details and numbers, but Orange County Utilities goes several years, we go through a review of our capital charges, our meter fees, our rates, and we look at the county as a whole. So those processes continue, and they look at age of infrastructure, it looks at our maintenance cost, it looks at operations costs, and we have a whole team of financial people that help us put all that together. This particular component will follow the process that every other development within Orange County goes through. The cost, we don't purchase, I think the purchase is a negligible amount. We don't purchase the utilities. They construct them at their cost. They turn them over to us. Our operation and maintenance of this infrastructure would be funded by the ratepayers that live in this area. I mean, county-wide, that's how
Everyone pays.
we operate. That's what everybody does. So as this area is intended for development, yes, it's adding more infrastructure, but it's also adding more ratepayers. So I can't tell you dollar for dollar if something would increase our rates due to this, because there's too many factors involved.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Bruce Anton, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a motion that we take a vote and move this forward, contingent upon there being an agreement that the Sunbridge people and Orange County Utilities would meet and work out whatever they need to work out prior to the very first week of our 2025 session, and that the delegation meet the first week of session and take a final vote on this. That's just my motion.
I'll second the motion.
Can we discuss the motion?
Yes, we have to discuss the motion because of the dates. We have timelines as well. So, yeah, who wants to be part of the discussion?
If I could,
Yes,
Madam
you're
Chair.
recognized.
So my understanding of Rep. Anton's motion to take a vote today to move it forward, but then schedule a subsequent vote before session, sounds like it's moving along the lines of where I would be more comfortable, which is just postponing any of the votes until that later date, because I don't want to vote no, and I don't want to oppose the Sunbridge expansion. I want to make sure that all of my concerns are addressed. I just want to acknowledge the 11th hour nature of the language being sent to us and not giving us the opportunity to review. We do still have time to approve this as a delegation, maybe even unanimously. We don't have all the time in the world, to Representative Stark's point, but we do have some additional time to review this, and I think that may be merited. So I would pose an amendment to Representative Anton's motion, be amended that we postpone the vote on the bill today altogether and schedule a time that meets all of the deadlines before the legislative session to submit a final vote.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So is there a way today that we can look at the timelines?
Yes, we can do that, yes. Yes, ma'am.
So I think we need to have that in place, and because I'm running a local bill, and
Yes.
timing is of the essence as it relates to public notice.
I
I'm
agree.
not sure if we delay the
Yes.
vote that we can meet that deadline.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Thank you for your recommendation. I think it's at the end of January, but needs a public, yeah, you're right. Yes, you're recognized, Representative Bruce Anton.
All right, thanks again. So some years ago, and I'm not familiar with the Senate rules, there was an unwritten rule that if one senator objected to a local bill, that would be the end of the bill.
Correct.
And so I think we need to make sure that's still in place. And if that rule is still in effect, then we could take the vote today, and one of our 3 delegation senators could object to it at a later date, and that would effectively end the bill.
You're recognized, Representative Dr. Ana Skamani.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to provide the deadline so we're all on the same page. So the drop dead deadline, not the right words, but the end deadline for public notice would be the end of January. So to be safe, I would say January 28th. And so if we did want to not vote today and postpone a vote, I would recommend that this delegation is committed to having a meeting during one of the committee weeks in Tallahassee, but way before that timeline to give the ample opportunity for the stakeholders to talk to the county commission. So if we do want to amend Representative Hone's motion, I think it would be important to set a deadline where we commit to meeting. Obviously, this next committee week is probably too soon for the conversations, but the one following, I think, would be appropriate.
Any other? Yes, you are recognized, Senator Keith Truno.
Well, I mean, I think that the process in which a local bill is presented and moves forward through the legislation, we have time to work and focus and amend the bill and do the things that are right. I think that this bill represents a lot of how Florida is moving forward and how we preserve and take care of our environment, but on the cutting edge of how we are making new communities in Florida. And if we stifle that movement in a way that, causes more time to go by or money to be spent in other ways, I mean, I think that this project is probably one of the leading projects that are showing us the way forward in Florida. So I think we need to move it along today and let's see. I mean, there's ample enough time to make those adjustments along the way.
So there is a motion on the floor. Are you trying to create another?
I just made a statement saying that, yes, I think today should be the day we move it along so we don't miss anything and we allow ourselves the due process in the conversation to get things right.
So you're recognized. Thank you so much. You're recognized, Dr. Anaska.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I will just say my concern is if this local bill is very important, and I would rather we make sure that we vet it correctly versus put delegation members in a situation where they might not pass this local bill today. So I think a TP is better than putting it for a vote and members maybe feeling concerned because there hasn't been ample time to talk to these stakeholders. And for those of us who live in Orange County, these were the most controversial issues not only 30 days ago for many of our constituents. And though I feel comfortable with the situation to as much as I can, my discomfort is with the county commission not having any feedback and not having engagement. And I think it's important. We started this meeting talking about working together at every level of government, and it's not going to be that hard for our stakeholders to have these conversations. And as long as we're committed to meet before that deadline, then I feel confident it will still move forward, but it could move forward in unanimous versus the risk that something like this isn't going to pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anaskamani. Now you're recognized, Senator Keith Truno.
Well, in the process, thank you, Madam Chair. In the process that we move forward with this, I don't think that we deny anyone access to the Florida legislature to come and present their issues and their concerns to amend or change a local bill. So, I mean, I think that the process is set up to flush out these ideas and concerns properly, and that's why I think we should move forward today.
Thank you. We still have, yes, you are recognized, Representative Erica Booth.
Thank you so much for the healthy discussion. I appreciate all of your effort into this, but I actually do concur and agree with Senator Truno. I feel that committee weeks, and I look forward to all of them, that is an opportunity as far as, and I didn't have a chance to introduce my legislative aide, and we've been diligently making appointments with folks coming in, and our office is the people's office. Our committees are open to the people to make the decisions and the healthy discussions, and I do look forward to continuing discussions as well. I look forward to serving in the legislature as well and in these committees to make these decisions, but I do agree with Senator Truno with moving forward.
Okay, so Okay. So this is going to be one of our last comments because I would like to also have, Oscar, do you want to say something as well? Not your, okay, okay. So, okay. Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were going to hear about the specific deadlines, actually, I would probably like to hear about that before I make another motion. Please.
Yes.
Oscar Anderson with the Southern Group. What Representative Escamani indicated is correct. There's a 30-day notice deadline that has to be filed in the paper before the bill can actually be filed, and there's some other paperwork that has to be filed with the House committee. But her deadline was correct. It's 30 days prior to the beginning of session. Basically.
Thank you, and
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yes. I'm going to make a motion. I also want to acknowledge the active participation of Kyle Shepard, representing Orlando City. He always responded all my questions. He was very clear and trying to submit the paperwork. We know that we have a lot of, a short period of time, but you are doing, the best you can, and I think that we have to say that you're trying, but I think the timeline it was like very constricted. But thank you. Okay, so I'm going to recognize our Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I would like to make a motion, and to contextualize that motion, I just want to restate that I'm looking forward to hopefully getting to an enthusiastic yes on the local bill, and I'm hopeful that we can even get to a unanimous yes. However, we do need more time to make sure that we get input from all the stakeholders. And as the senator who represents the affected area, I would just, just politely ask for consideration from the rest of my delegation colleagues to please stand with me in just revisiting the previous motion, going back to the previous motion, which I made to amend Representative Antone's motion so that we can vote today to postpone a vote on the local bill to give us more time and set a date and time certain within the required deadlines for notice to take a final vote on the local bill before legislative session.
Representative Ruth Anton, and she because this is
that's fine. I'll be quick. I just want to somewhat echo the sentiment of the senator. My district is probably the furthest away from this, which is probably the reason why there's some unreadiness with me, because I need to talk to some folks that are more aligned and kind of know more about this area of town, because my district is on the other side of town. And while I had an opportunity very briefly to talk to the county commissioner that overlaps with my district, it wasn't in depth enough. So I really don't want to go on record saying no to this, because it's not a no because of the substance, it's a no because of the time. So I stand with Senator Guillermo Smith if we could just push this off so that we can be an enthusiastic, overwhelming, resounding, without hesitation, yes, as opposed to some of us not being ready.
Thank you, Representative Lavon Ambrasi. And now we need somebody to second the motion of our Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Oh.
Is that you?
All right, well, let me say this then. There's two things I want to do: either withdraw my motion altogether, or we take a vote on my amended motion to include Senator Carlos Smith amendment. But we need some clarification on what the amendment, we need to restate what the motion is. Yeah.
Okay.
To restate my amended motion, I move to postpone the vote on this local bill today and reschedule it for a time certain and date certain in compliance with all of the legal and statutory deadlines for us to take a vote on this local bill.
So with that said, are we going to vote on the amended motion?
Well, if you second, but we also have a comment from our Senator Trudeau.
So as per the rules, right, if we do an emergency meeting in Tallahassee, we have to have a unanimous vote from this delegation, unanimous to do so.
Yes.
Or we have to come back here to this body and do another meeting. So understand that you could stifle the bill in question here if we don't understand the rules.
So you're right, but the problem is that if we have a no in this vote, that means that we are killing the bill. We need to discuss, our intent is not to kill the bill. Our intent, and I want to be clear, our intent is to that the parties reach out to the commissioners, explain to them, and we have the discussion with all the parties here, and we can make a comfortable decision based in our commissioners that represent our constituents in Central Florida. That's how I feel. But, everybody needs to think about that too, We're not here we're not against anything, It's just the fact that, and even when I was talking yesterday with Kyle from City of Orlando, he said, no, I want everybody to know. I want everybody to understand. They even agree. They don't want us to make a decision and make the commissioners and the county, Orange County, feel uncomfortable with our decision. You are recognized.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification, I believe Representative Antone mentioned earlier, if we have one senator today who does not agree, then we effectively kill the bill. So whether we take a unanimous vote or whether or not we have a unanimous vote in Tallahassee, right, are required to have that unanimous vote, it could potentially get killed today without a unanimous vote.
So, yes, I understand. Thank you. Thank you so much. And, sometimes taking the risk is the step to be successful as well in certain positions in life. So, yes, you're recognized, Representative Bruce Anton.
All right, thank you. So let me go back and restate my motion, which was to take a vote and move the bill forward today, contingent upon there being an agreement that Orange County Utilities and the Sunbridge folks will work together and try to get everything worked out. Then we would come back the first week in March of session and then take a final vote as to whether we are going to support what they've come up with or not. But there's an amendment to my motion, so we got to make a decision on Senator Smith's amendment. Then we got to make a decision on my amendment. And so we got to figure this out.
However, if my amended motion passes, it makes your motion moot.
Okay. I'm cool.
So, yes.
I would move to the previous question to vote on my amended motion, please.
Yes. Who can second our Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith?
I'll second it.
Any person is going to vote? All the voters can say yay?
Yay?
Yay.
Is there any nay?
No.
No.
Nay.
So there's no?
3 noes. I heard
3 noes?
3 noes.
Who's no?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, the motion passes.
All right, so let the record reflect that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeas and 4 nays.
So now we need a vote on
what? No, because it's already, your motion is already included in the amendment. What that means to our constituents that are watching us is that we're going to discuss this bill again after the parties have the meeting with all of our commissioners, and then we can have the special delegation meeting here or in Tallahassee to do it as soon as possible and to be fair to all the parties involved. Is that clear?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, so thank you so much. Is there any other delegation business to be discussed this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, oh, go ahead.
Yes, and then. Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to, button up this last conversation. I want to thank the members of the delegation for indulging me just because I have questions. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the local bill. Like I said before, I'm looking forward to an enthusiastic yes if we can get there and have our concerns addressed. And I look forward to working with the chair and other members of the delegation to try to get that vote scheduled so that Representative Booth can be in compliance with the statutory deadlines to get this local bill in the right posture to move it forward. So just want to say thank you to the members of the delegation for your indulgence and for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, our representative, Leonard Spencer, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize that today was designated as a National Day of Mourning for President Jimmy Carter. I think it's appropriate at this public meeting to acknowledge that. And so I just wanted to just take a moment and remember him for his service to our great country as a man of great moral character and service.
We can have a minute of silence because of your recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there is no other delegation business to address, we will be in recess until 2 p.m. Members, please be ready to resume promptly at 2 p.m. We have many people who wish to address us. We are in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.